Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of the Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in the Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator the Honorable John Jeremy SC, who is out of the country. Honorable Senators, I have received correspondence from Her Excellency, the President, Christine Carla Kangulo, ORTT. By Her Excellency Christine Carla Kangulo, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, to Mr. Daniel Rashid. Whereas Senator the Honorable John Jeremy SC is incapable of performing his duties as Senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago. Now, therefore, I, Christine Carla Kangulo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, do hereby appoint you, Daniel Rashid, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 21st of January 2026 and continuing during the absence of Senator the Honorable John Jeremy SC from Trinidad and Tobago. Given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President, St. Anne's, on this 21st day of January 2026. Honorable Senators, a senator is required to take the oath. Can we all stand?
I, Daniel Rashid, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
Papers.
The Honorable Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers listed on the order paper in my name. The Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment to the 9th Schedule, Number 4 Order, 2025. Public Business, Government Business Bill, second reading.
Honorable Senators, the debate on the second reading of the following bill, which was in progress when the Senate adjourned on Tuesday, January 20th, 2026, will be resumed. A bill entitled An Act to Provide for Special Measures for Holding and Preserving the Rule of Law, Public Order, Citizen Security, and Public Safety within certain geographically defined areas of Trinidad and Tobago, and for other related matters. Honorable Senators, on the last occasion, Tuesday, January 20th, 2026, there were 3 speakers on the bill. And the 3 speakers, as you know, would have been the Honorable Attorney General, Senator Faris Alwari, and Senator Josh Drayton. The debate will now be resumed. The Minister of Defense.
President, thank you for the opportunity to join this debate. Mr. President, I would first like to, before I get into my own notes, I would first like to reflect on two of the contributions which were made last night. Firstly, the contribution of Senator Drayton. And Senator Drayton made reference to a sunset clause. And in essence, he indicated that he would be minded to, to support the bill with the rider that there's consideration given to a sunset clause. Mr. President, if I may be permitted to take you to Section 28 of the bill. And Section 28 of the bill provides that the Act, once passed, shall be reviewed by a committee of both Houses of Parliament appointed for that purpose. So I am hoping this would meet the favor of Senator Drayton. If not, we certainly would look forward to hear a proposed amendment to Section 28 or a redraft. But the short point is that there exists in the bill provision for monitoring the efficacy of the provisions and how they operate in reality. And based on what has turned up when the committee sits and examines the operation of the ZOSO operations, a decision can be taken. Quite apart from that, let me say that the other parts of his contribution, I found them to be very instructive and insightful, and insofar as they contain very real-world examples, I think we are all the better for it. Now, if I may be permitted to go into the contribution of Senator Al-Rawi, let me state at the outset and refute in the strongest possible terms the suggestion made that this act seeks to alter the Constitution. It does not. To do so, for the act to do so, that the law requires that this be expressed in very clear language. Otherwise, as the cases suggest, the cases are clear, that the court would not construe or interpret the bill in such a way in the absence of clear language suggesting that that was the intention. So the law is again quite clear that there's no doctrine of implied repeal when you are amending the Constitution. So that when the court seeks to interpret any provision, the court would give express to the clear words of the Constitution unless it is stated expressly, first of all, that the bill sought to alter the Constitution, and in the absence of that, no such construction would be made. The court, in essence, would resile to the position that the Constitution, which is one of our pillars, that the tenets of the Constitution remains. Reference was also made to the doctrine of the separation of powers. Mr. President, that doctrine is a constitutional arrangement. As far as I'm aware, and Senator Al-Rawi did not, and I'm sure could not, point to any provision in the Constitution which suggests that there is entrenched in it an actual provision to that effect. It is simply how the arrangements of government and institutions appear in the Constitution. Now, if I may be permitted to go to another point, in trying to convince us that the bill is unconstitutional, reference was made to a joint force. Let me again state that this joint force is not unconstitutional. It exists in practice through the Joint Army and Police Patrol. It has existed for in excess of 20 years, and if it were unconstitutional, then all of the ZOSO-type operations which have been conducted by the police and the military over the last 2 decades, more particularly in 2016, with unruly ISIS in Enterprise and in Tunapuna, then those operations would have been unconstitutional and would have happened under his watch as Attorney General. So, in the same way, there was no cover of law, so to speak, back then, and there is none now until this bill is passed. If Senator Al-Rawi is right, and I'm dead certain he's wrong, if he's right, then as Attorney General, he would have been aware and would have taken part in prevailing over ZOSO-type operations which were unconstitutional. Now, let me again make it clear, because there was the implied suggestion that we were repealing a JIPA or the Summary Courts Act. Let me make it clear, we are not, and this bill does not purport to impliedly or expressly repeal a JIPA or the Summary Courts Act. These pieces of legislation only apply where charges are laid. This bill does not deal with those situations. Where charges are laid following a ZOSO-type operation, then what would apply would be the ordinary processes in the common law courts and the municipal courts. So if you are charged with a summary offense, then you are under the jurisdiction of the magistrate's court. If you are charged with an indictable offense, then a JIPA applies to you. Similarly, Senator Al-Rawi made mention of not seeing reference to bail in the bill. I couldn't understand. I felt I may have been falling asleep, but I recorded it and looked at it again. He said he didn't see bail in the bill. Bail only arises, anyone with an ounce of common sense or lived experience in this country would know that bail only arises when you are charged with a criminal offense. This bill does not deal with those instances where you are charged with criminal offenses. This bill deals with operations which are meant to target a select few persons whose name, without expressly saying so, but it must be obvious because there are so many references and safeguards to suggest that it could only apply to a select few persons who engage in certain types of prescribed conducts which apply, which find their way in the Act, in the bill. Now, the Act makes it clear, because Senator Al-Rawi, again, in probably what was a phenomenal misunderstanding of bail. And I have to be kind to him, because I've never seen him as an advocate in any court, criminal or constitutional. So maybe it is his lack of practice which informed what was a phenomenal misunderstanding which he subjected us to last night. But the Act makes it clear that the procedure in the bill is analogous to what is in practice a centuries-old procedure, the writ of habeas corpus. And the writ of habeas corpus exists when you are detained without charge and your detention seems to have no end, and you make an application before the court, and the court orders the authorities, the police, law enforcement, to bring the person before the court and to have law enforcement justify to the court why this person's detention should continue. Now, the writ of habeas corpus, as I just indicated, is centuries old. That's a safeguard. And Senator Allahar, to my mind, sought to confuse these provisions with what obtains under a state of emergency. So let me make it clear, particularly for those social media bloggers who seem to follow Senator Allahar blindly. This is not a state of emergency, and one clear example to show how this is not as burdensome as a state of emergency is the very fact that in state of emergencies, where you are detained as a result of action set out in the emergency powers regulations, in states of emergency, you do not have a right of habeas corpus. Your remedy under a state of emergency is to go before the Emergency Powers Tribunal, and the Emergency Powers Tribunal, after hearing arguments, could make a recommendation to the minister for your release. It removes habeas corpus. This bill does not remove habeas corpus. In fact, in ZOSO operations, it makes it very clear that you have two bites of the cherry in what is analogous to habeas corpus. The first bite is you are, after being brought promptly, having been arrested and detained, you have to be brought promptly. When you are brought promptly before the magistrate, then the police will have to seek to justify, and you can make representations that you ought not to be detained. And if the magistrate is satisfied that there is no justification for your detention, the magistrate can order that you be released. Habeas corpus is not done before a magistrate, it's done before the High Court. But here we have a less expensive, in fact, a procedural guarantee that you are brought before a magistrate to determine the legality of your detention. So you don't have to spend all this money to get a lawyer to go through a writ of habeas corpus. You are brought before a magistrate as of right. And the magistrate acts as a filter. If the magistrate is not satisfied that there is a basis for detaining you, then the magistrate orders your release, and that is clear from a reading of the bill. If, however, the magistrate does not order your release, then the magistrate, within a time stipulated in the bill, very short time, in essence, would bring you before a judge in chambers, and the judge in chambers would determine whether the magistrate is wrong and whether there's a basis for further detaining you or whether you ought to be released. These powers do not exist in a state of emergency. Fourth page. I heard Senator Arawi ask the question in his very confused and confusing submission to the Parliament. He asked the question, who is going to control the Prime Minister in this bill? Well, I don't want to use the same argument when they sought to insinuate that a certain race was being targeted on the basis of race. I had to make reference to the composition of the National Security Council. The National Security Council is one of 4 safeguards if Senator Al-Rari believes there's a need to restrain the Prime Minister when she is acting as head of the National Security Council. So the makeup of the National Security Council: John Jeremy, Roger Alexander, Jolene John, Sean Sobers, and myself. And of course, the only other person of East Indian descent, since some people seem to think it's about race, is the Minister of Justice, Mr. Devish Maharaj. Yes. The second safeguard, I hope I didn't forget anyone. The second safeguard is found right in the bill itself, an affirmative resolution stated in the Act, so that an affirmative resolution is debated in the Parliament. If I can go to the Act itself, I don't want to run on the clock, but how many days? Right, the days, I'll come to the days eventually, but a certain amount of days where after the declaration, there's an affirmative resolution procedure before the Parliament and it is debated. The third safeguard to satisfy Senator Al-Rawi of the need for restraint of the Prime Minister acting as presiding officer of the National Security Council is the very courts itself. In fact, his erstwhile friend, the Member of Parliament for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, made reference to the existence of judicial review proceedings. Indeed, Mr. Young made reference to the fact that any declaration made by the National Security Council, by the Prime Minister in the National Security Council, is subject to judicial review on the basis of illegality or Wednesbury unreasonableness. So that, quite apart from Parliament, the affirmative resolution procedure, the courts in judicial review applications can revisit declarations and make pronouncements. Again, Parliament again would be the fourth avenue one can have regard to in restraining the Honourable Prime Minister. Because the very section 28 of the bill, which I referred to earlier when I sought to address a concern by Senator Drayton, that allows Parliament to establish a committee of both houses, and this committee does a periodic review of ZOSO from time to time. The fifth issue raised by Senator Al-Rawi, which I would address now, was a suggestion that, and this was in response to the assertion by the Attorney General that it ended in the womb of Cabinet. And Senator Al-Rawi, in essence, tried to deflect and say that it ended in somebody else's womb. That was patent nonsense and need only be stated to be rejected, because if you listen to his, if you listen to how he advanced his argument and place it side by side with the contribution of the member for Laventille West in the other place, one would see that it was stillborn in Cabinet. So I have to ask, and again, one only needs an ounce of common sense to know, to refute Senator Al-Rawi on this. Because he's suggesting that because he had written the leader of the opposition in 2017, July 2017, and she did not respond, that is what caused the bill to be stillborn. So I have to ask, when did the failure of an opposition leader or any politician to respond to a letter derail a government's parliamentary agenda? When? If that was the case, why did he bring it to the Cabinet in the first place? If the failure of the leader of the opposition to respond to the letter can derail his agenda, why bother to bring it to Cabinet? Why did he? So the very fact that he brought it to Cabinet after what he said was a non-response by the then leader of the opposition, the fact that he brought it to Cabinet rubbishes that assertion. There are a few more bits I think I need not get into about his contribution, which was, in layman's terms, scattershot, because he threatened to take us through various provisions and never actually did so. Never specifically addressed to say, to use any constitutional cases or any legal provision to support his point. Now, I very briefly would like to just deal with, I think I'll just deal with one aspect of the Law Association's opinion. There are, I accept, some quite helpful suggestions, which, although seemingly helpful, cannot realistically prevent passage of the bill, because it appears that the Law Association wants to abandon what course and statutory interpretation suggests how one must draft legislation. Legislation is the framework. The bill itself contains provision for making regulations. There already exists a defense counsel to deal with other issues relative to the personnel of the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, and there are other mechanisms to deal with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. But the extent to which the Law Association wishes to go into detail, while some of the suggestions are admirable and may find favor, it's not for me to say. There are some of their suggestions, and I'll just use one for now because there are other points I wish to make. The stated fact by the Law Association's opinion that one of the fines of 50,000 for breaching a curfew is disproportionate and harsh and excessive and so on. The law is clear. In fact, there's a case, Francis and Hines, versus the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, a decision of the Court of Appeal. We can, as a parliament, legislate and say that the fine is $50,000 and imprisonment. But the law is quite clear that Parliament cannot tell a court what sentence should be imposed. And the canons of statutory interpretation suggest quite clearly that where a sentence is stated in a bill, the courts interpret it as a maximum. It doesn't remove the discretion of the court to impose any other sentence that is less than. What the court cannot do is go above what is set out as the penalty in the bill. So that persons who breach curfew and have and who may very well have good excuses for doing so can satisfy a court that the excuse is a good one, and it is open to a court to say, well, although the maximum is $50,000, we will fine you $5,000 or $10,000, or we may not fine you at all. It is open to the court to impose a bond to be of good behavior. It is even open to the court to reprimand and discharge the person depending on the arguments advanced. So that, I think that should be enough to put paid to that suggestion by the Law Association. I most respectfully disagree with them in terms of the fine being disproportionate, because it is $50,000 because it targets people who can actually pay. You are targeting persons who are gang leaders, persons who make money from drugs, from human trafficking, prostitution, extortion, and so on. How do you expect to deter them if the fine is $5,000 at most? And it seems to me there's a chorus on social media where, and if you pay attention, people seem to have a problem with punishment. If the punishment is not a deterrent, then you pay it and you move on. And you never think about it again, and you do it again, and you pay the bill again, and you can move on. And this thing about, well, if a fine of $20,000 is imposed, I might have to wait on another salary or two. The very courts who have the power to impose those fines allow for extensions of time to pay fines. That doesn't have to be in the legislation, that is settled law. But it seems as though some people in this country, they are all for law and order, they are all for the government being tough, until the law applies to them. And that has to change. We have to reach to a place where we say we have turned a corner. If we continue with business as usual, that's, again, I think the Attorney General said it last night, that's the definition of insanity. You can't expect changes. Now, other safeguards. A big song and dance is being made on social media that you can be arrested without warrant. Mr. President, quite outside of these legislative provisions, you can, at common law, and in some statutes, be arrested without warrant. The common law is very clear. So this bill does not change anything in that regard. Even without this bill, you can still be arrested without a warrant. And the law is quite clear in what situations you can be. Search. The powers of search without warrant. The law is also replete with examples where you can have your person, property, vehicle searched without a warrant. Thank you, Mr. President. But maybe I should just speed through then. Now, those of us who practice criminal law would know. In fact, there's a very famous case which involved the murder of the wife of Uncle Khalid in I think it was Princestown. And in that case, the justice of the peace, who was called there to witness the statement of one of the accused confessing and implicating Uncle Khalid, the justice of the peace stepped out of the room and made a call to Uncle Khalid and tell him that shortly a warrant would be issued for his arrest. And Uncle Khalid was able to get on a plane that very same night and never to be seen again. Based on lived experiences, those in the criminal justice system would tell you that there's a need for warrantless searches and arrests without warrants, because there are many instances where the very law enforcement sworn to protect and serve, and who are, in essence, hired to come and carry out their duties on behalf of the state, would alert persons that we have a warrant to come for you, or we have a warrant to come and search for arms and ammunition, so move it to next door. So the whole point, and we are not saying that in all instances searches will be conducted without warrants, it's simply giving the power to do so. And in any event, even without this provision, you can go ahead and search without a warrant, and then if constitutional redress is sought in the courts, you might very well end up with nominal damages, or if the police can justify why they did so, you'll end up with zero damages, because the law operates with a measure of practicality and common sense. And the law would say, if in that situation we are trying to get rid of people who have AK-47s and Galils and so on, then the fact that we target your constitutional right is a small price to pay. It's similar with the cordon. It's similar with the curfew. The cordon exists for 24 hours so that no one leaves. Without a cordon, people are free to leave. People are free to pack drugs and guns and other things in their bags and leave. It doesn't mean that you cannot leave the cordon. There's a discretion, obviously, in the officers in charge, and of course, you will be searched. A curfew of 72 hours is also proportionate, it's very short, and it is necessary. Because what sense would it make if there's no curfew and you are allowed at night, when you see the searchers coming, you are able to move from one house to the next to frustrate the process? This is a targeted approach. This is a targeted approach that is designed to go after those who the Act speaks quite clearly about, not the ordinary citizen. The ordinary citizen can go about his business unless there is reasonable suspicion. I can go through all of the clauses, but if we just take 5 minutes to read the object of this Act, for instance, D, search without a warrant if they reasonably suspect that an offense has been, is being, or is about to be committed. Clause 6, where there are reasonable grounds to believe. So it's not arbitrary. The presence of reasonable grounds is what is the safeguard, and the reasonable grounds, if I can borrow from Blackstone's Criminal Practice 2025. They have reasonable suspicion. Reasonable grounds would have been, it's more or less the same thing, the older formulation in Andrews and Hurst and Russell on crime. In essence, it relies on information from informants, it relies on intelligence, it relies on things perceived. So it's not simply you are wearing your pants below your buttocks, and I can see that you are wearing a Hanes underwear, and you look like the type of person who might have guns. Although for me, that's a very good start. But I'm not a policeman. So, right through the bill is mention of reasonable suspicion, reasonable grounds. Enter to search, reasonably suspect, and so on. 6.1, 6.2, again, speaks of limitations, the safeguards, that it has to be reasonably necessary and justifiable, and so on. Again, 6.3, the affirmative resolution I referred to earlier. Mr. President, may I ask how much time I have?
5 more minutes.
Oh, geez. Right. Yes, if I can move quickly to the other part of the bill, because many people seem to believe that this bill stops at the powers of arrest without warrant, search without warrant, cordon, and the curfew. And of course, the other argument is the power of the Prime Minister in council. The bill has a second part to it, because it's not limited to what, if we can borrow from George W. in 2003, it's not limited to shock and awe. The shock and awe phase is for those who have guns and who terrorize the rest of us. So if they have AK-47s and Galils, the state of Trinidad and Tobago likewise has AK-47s and Galils, and if you want to engage, then you'll feel shock and awe. But the bill has another part, a social transformation committee, which includes 10 persons. Minister of National Security is one, the member of parliament for the constituency, where the affected constituency, and right now it seems as though Central Trinidad might be number 1. Not Laventil. There was a time when bodies were dropping daily in Laventil. When last have you heard that? That's because of effective ZOSO operations. And now all we are asking to do is to clothe these operations, which we've been using for in excess of 10 years. We are asking that these operations be clothed with the respectability of law. Because you cannot, as a government, argue that you are there to uphold the rule of law when you are not following the rule of law. And that's the point. This committee has as members not just the Member of Parliament, the Chief of Defence Staff, the Commissioner of Police. There are professional and ministerial representatives. There's reference to an attorney at law with 7+ years experience. It speaks about the core responsibilities of the committee in terms of assessing conditions, identifying threats, creating a sustainable development plan, recommending social interventions to ensure... Sorry? 1 more minute. Yes, yes. And overseeing how these bodies implement these intervention programs. So there's so much more I can say. I think I might have to pass my notes to someone else. But in essence, let me close by saying we all have a responsibility to say to our brothers, or black and brown brothers, who are killing each other and who are going outside and harming the rest of us. Not to say that this doesn't affect us. It affects us all. No one here who lives in a rich area lives very far from the ghetto. No matter where you live, the ghetto is very close. So it will reach you. So I ask that all concerned act with integrity, act dispassionately, And when we come to the committee stage, not just say, well, I don't support, but if you have a problem, say what the problems are, and do what we are paid to do, which is to suggest amendments that can help the bill to work. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Janelle John Bates.
Good morning, Mr. President. I thank you for this opportunity to make a contribution on this very critical piece of legislation, the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Bill 2026. Mr. President, I make my contribution grounded and focused on the gravity of the crime situation confronting this country. That is something that should never be far from the mind of any legislator in here today who intends to make a contribution or vote on this bill. But I am equally conscious of the manner in which the state intends to respond to crime. And how you respond is as important as whether you respond at all. Now, when the idea of zones of special operations was debuted in the newspaper, based on what I saw there, I had to conclude that it was this government's way of continuing its rule by suppression. And nothing that I have seen, nothing that I've heard in the other place and in this House on this bill has dissuaded me from that position. In fact, I am 45. Now, with this bill, the government invites all of us here to accept that the appropriate way to respond to the crime situation in this country is the routine suspension of ordinary legal standards within selective civilian communities. This government wants us to govern or police different communities by different metrics and methods. That is a proposition that I reject, and I will explain why for various reasons. Now, the first issue that I have with this bill is that the government has made rights-limiting measures its default weapon in its crime-fighting arsenal. While in opposition, this government critiqued the PNM government almost daily for its crime-fighting methodologies. When it assumed government, it continued to state over and over and over that you all had 9.5 years to get a handle on crime. What have you all done? But what have they done? This government immediately resorted to the most extreme measures in its arsenal to attack crime. And what does that state? That states that this government has capitulated from the very get-go. On July the 18th, 2025, less than 3 months after assuming office, this government declared a nationwide state of emergency. The government gave no indication of any long-term plan to address crime. Immediately we went to state of emergency, restriction on rights. This state of emergency was then extended for 3 months, then another 3 months. During that very state of emergency, we had the gruesome murder of 12-year-old Mariah Sinath. And all the goodly Minister of Defense could say was, well, some crimes you can't prevent, even under a state of emergency. That is what the Minister of Defense had to say after this government having over 9 years to address or come up with a plan for when they entered into government. A metaphorical shrugging of the shoulders. After 6 months of this state of emergency, again, the most serious constitutional response available, I'm hearing crime down from the other side. The Attorney General indicated yesterday that murders went down, I think he said by 42%. So by that, those assertions, they're indicating that they have a handle of crime, the state of emergency was effective. So then, why then are you asking us in this House, before the state of emergency has even expired, to entrench an emergency-style power into standing legislation? Why? Why are you asking us to accede to a bill that expressly overrides the constitutional rights of individuals and communities, whether they have committed a crime or not, whether they're involved in a gang or not? Everybody in that particular community, their right to enjoyment of private life, private and family life, it will be curtailed. Their right to freedom of movement, it will be curtailed. Their right to association and assembly, curtailed. Their right to enjoyment of property, undermined. And I'm not surprised that's what they'd want us to do today. Because it seems that most of their policies, especially as it relates to crime, is underscored by rights limitation and aggression. And this is evidenced by, again, one of the first things that they would have done upon assuming government is installing police officers in schools. No concerns for other preventative measures to address the social roots of crime in school. Why the children behave that way? Again, we go to suppression. Put police in school, arm and otherwise. We hear terms like kill them all violently, again, with no concern for the presumption of innocence. You assume these people are drug traffickers, kill them all violently. Undermining of rights. That is the tune that they are dancing to over there in UNC. Now, I want to address the issue of rule of law, because Clause 5 of the bill states that one of the objects of this bill is to, at Clause 5b, uphold the rule of law while protecting the fundamental rights and freedoms of persons who reside, raise families, work, or conduct lawful business in a zone. So one thing is said, but we cannot expect that one thing to be done. Because when we speak of rule of law speaks to rules that have been established and widely disseminated, where they are governed by meaningful oversight, and where they are imposed on an equal basis. That is what rule of law speaks to. But despite the mention of rule of law in this bill, some of the clauses in this bill potentially undermine the concept of the rule of law. Firstly, declaration of a zone of special operation is left almost entirely to the executive. So we look at Clause 6.1. In Clause 6.1, it says, where there are reasonable grounds to believe that there is, and it gives two situations, two very broad and vague situations, which I will address, the Prime Minister in Council may by order declare any geographically defined area within a single continuous boundary in Trinidad and Tobago as a zone. Prime Minister in Council, which means the Prime Minister as chairman of the National Security Council. Now, the Minister of Defense sought to indicate that this National Security Council will somehow be a safeguard, a body that would constrain our Prime Minister in our actions. Laughable. Laughable, given the names of the individuals that he called as being part of this National Security Council. He called our Attorney General, for whom I have much respect. Indicated Minister Roger Alexander. The minister who believes that blowing in a bag is an appropriate response to a valid question. We expect him to say anything that can restrain our Prime Minister. We have Ms. Jolene John. Again, someone who I have respect for. Then we come to Mr. Sean Sobers, Minister of CARICOM Affairs. One only has to look on social media to see what the citizens of this country think about that minister. All I would say is, how do we expect a minister who fumbles his way through press conferences again to say anything that could constrain our Prime Minister? We have Mr. Sturge himself and the Minister of Justice, Mr. Devesh Maharaj. And the minister sought to say that given their race, given the racial composition of these individuals, that somehow would prevent or lend credence to the fact that we can rest assured that these individuals, I think it was said in newspapers that they're proud black individuals, but somehow be able to speak some sense into our Prime Minister in relation to how these zones should be delineated. I am not comforted. And I know many individuals will not be comforted by that. Then we have the fact that there's no obligation in this bill to publish reasons for the declaration of the zone. So whatever they would have said to the Prime Minister and the National Security Council, it doesn't matter because we will not know why. The citizens will not know why the zones are declared. Then the bill does not actually lay out any objective criteria for the zones that are chosen. It says in clause 6.1 that where there are reasonable grounds to believe that there's rampant criminality, such as murder, gang warfare, or high or escalating levels of violence, or the threat to the rule of law and public order. What is rampant criminality? Threat to the rule of law and public order. Those are very broad terms. Why are there no objective criteria such as maybe the number of violent incidents over a specific period? Verifiable gang territories. Again, we are leaving it in the hands of the Prime Minister, who has shown herself to have an affinity towards violence and aggression, to make the order for these zones. And I forgot to make this point, again, about the National Security Council. As was outlined by Senator Alwari yesterday, in Jamaica, unlike in Trinidad, there is a member of the opposition on the National Security Council. We do not have that luxury here in Trinidad. We are placing our trust in the UNC government. As I continue on this aspect of rule of law, I want to now look at the fact that in this bill, there's no meaningful opportunity for parliamentary intervention before
46.6. The member imputed improper motives to the Prime Minister of the Republic. I would like her to retract this.
Yeah, I want to sustain that. I'd like to sustain that point of order. Could you withdraw that statement, please?
Mr. President, for clarity, may I have this statement? No, yes?
Obviously.
Yes?
You made a statement. You know what you said. I don't have to repeat what you have said. I'm saying that the Honorable Minister stood on 46 six imputed improper motives. I am sustaining that particular standing order and point of order, asking you to withdraw the statement you made attributed to the Prime Minister. I didn't ask you to explain. I asked you to withdraw. Okay?
I respect your decision and I withdraw this statement. Now, I'm going to address the fact that this act does not provide any meaningful opportunity for parliamentary intervention before the powers take effect. The Prime Minister is just allowed to declare the zone. The only opportunity for parliamentary oversight comes in where there's an extension of the period for the zone. Section 7.1 of the bill states that an order made under this section, that is the section for extension of the period, shall be subject to affirmative resolution of Parliament. That is when we, as legislators, get an opportunity to have a say on behalf of the citizens of the country as it relates to the zones. So, in effect, a citizen's right depends not on the Constitution, because it is clear here in the bill that it is made even though there may be a contravention or undermining of your rights in Section 4 and 5 of the Constitution. So you are no longer, as a citizen, given the luxury to depend on your constitutional rights if you are unfortunately found to be residing in such a zone. Your rights are now dependent on essentially the National Security Council. Exceptional powers, Mr. President, if they are to exist at all, and if we are concerned with the rule of law, these exceptional powers should be temporary in nature. They need to be time-bound. There is nothing in this bill that indicates that there cannot be cumulative declaration of the zones. A zone can be declared for 180 days, 6 months, and there could be a break, and a zone can be declared again. Or there could be a slight shifting of the boundaries and a new zone is created. 2 meters and we have a new zone. So we can have these zones rolling over and over and over. And as I would have said, these zones are not governed, or the declaration of these zones are not governed by robust oversight. Now, the Attorney General said that, law must adapt and evolve. And I agree, we must adapt and evolve to changing technologies, the new forms of criminality out there. I agree. However, whatever the form of criminality, wherever it happens, who undertakes it, our response to it must always be undergirded by the rule of law and the respect for human rights of all citizens. That cannot evolve. That cannot change. Now, one of the issues with this territorial attack on crime is that crime in Trinidad is not geographically static. It is not. If we look at Clause 6, again, I would have read it before, it speaks to having reasonable grounds to believe that there's rampant criminality in a particular area, etc. And the government would have stated, I think it was explicitly, that this bill would be used to target what is known as hotspots. I guess area, because the Attorney General would have indicated that the police would have said that crime is clustered in defined areas. But respectfully, serious crime in this country is no respecter of boundaries, electoral districts, and zones. Because there may be a concentration of crime in a particular area today, it doesn't mean that it would shift tomorrow, it wouldn't be so tomorrow or the next year. And because there may be a concentration in a particular area does not mean that crime is not widespread. Mr. President, we only have to do a scan of the newspaper, and I did that. Again, when I was thinking about this zones thing, I said to myself, but it seems to me that crime is everywhere. Let me go back. So I went back about 2 weeks, just scanning the newspaper. January 5th, ex-boyfriend sets woman ablaze, La Romaine. Woman shot dead, Valencia. Now, I can't go through all the days, so I'm going like nearly every other day. 7th of January, man stabbed to death in Wake in Diego Martin. Electronics stolen in San Fernando. Boat stolen in Carenage. Men shot in Long Circular. January 9th, man shot near home in Diego Martin. 11th of January, man murdered in Tobago. Guns and marijuana found in or seized in a home in Valencia. 14th of January, home invasion in Princestown. 16th of January, teen raped in El Socorro. Motorist robbed in Labrie. It is everywhere. It is all over. And coincidentally enough, about 2 days ago or so, the police released some statistics about the rate of murder in various police divisions over last 3 years. And the interesting thing is that in 2025, the Central Division recorded the most murders at number 73, followed by the Northern Division, then the Southern Division. Port of Spain was actually fourth. Whereas in 2024, Port of Spain had the highest rate of murder, Central was second, and South was third. And in 2023, Central had the highest rate of murder, then Northern and North. What's my point? My point is, it's not static. The violence and the violent criminals, they migrate. They react to police presence. They will move. Simply put, they will move. And I'm not the only citizen who has come to the conclusion that the crime is widespread. Actually, yesterday in the Daily Express, that is the 20th of January, there was an article entitled Mixed Views on Zoso Crime Rate, No Surprise for Central Residents. And I'm telling you, I'm a resident of Central. Over 30 years, I've lived in Central. And this individual, who the name given here is Farid Shurab of Endeavour Shogunas, had this to say. You cannot target one area. You have to target the whole country because crime is everywhere. When you hear crime in Shogunas, you hear one in Arima, one down south. You do not know which area will be the next hotspot. And I have to agree with Mr. Shurab. The crime is not static. So, should we really be focusing our crime, our attack on crime territorially or zones, or should we be looking at long-term policies to address crime throughout the country as a whole? Should we be looking at prevention versus suppression? And I will speak about that more later on. I just want to speak briefly on this aspect of cordons and curfews. Clause 14.1 of this bill speaks to the use of cordons, one of the most intrusive parts of this bill. It says, in respect of any zone, action may be taken under paragraph A or B or both. The Joint Command may establish a cordon around or in the zone, and shall, as soon as is reasonably practicable after the cordon is established, cause a notice of the establishment of the cordon to be published by any means. Cordons are one of the most restrictive measures we can have. We are now allowing the Joint Command to effectively seal off particular communities. Clause 14.3 states that particularly 14.3a, in case of accordance, that the notice that they have to publish must specify the boundaries of the cordon and the requirements to be complied with. And I ask myself, what are these requirements? What are these requirements? Because they are not stated here. And although the cordon is only supposed to be for 24 hours, there is no limit, no cumulative limit. So we can have a 24 hours Monday, a 24 hours Wednesday, a 24 hours Friday. There is no restriction on the number of cordons that can be instituted in a zone. And while, on the face of it, some of these measures may seem maybe necessary, rational, reasonable, in the hands of a UNC government, it is dangerous. Simply put. And the consequences of these cordons are profound. Depending on the requirements and the limitations of these cordons, individuals may be prevented from going to work. As I would have said in another debate, not everybody has a reasonable boss who will understand that you have no control over where you can go because you live in a zone. Children may be delayed or blocked from going to school because the zone may have a school in the zone. What about all the students who are coming from somewhere else who may have to come into the zone to go to school? What about medical emergencies? I saw, something about seeking permission, but a woman going into labor, everybody head hot. People have time to study about going and get permission, whatever. You're rushing to get to the hospital. Your ordinary life is essentially suspended. An entire community is placed under a collective restriction, all in the name of addressing a few gangs. Is that really where we should go in terms of a long-term policing plan to address crime in this country? Your individual conduct no longer matters. You have to live with it because you can't afford to live somewhere else. Similar concerns arise when we speak about these curfews. This bill permits the imposition of curfews, which we know essentially restricts the movement of residents for extended periods. That is one of the most serious intrusions into your personal liberty, Essentially, you're under house arrest. Whether you're a part of the gang or not, you can't go nowhere. And one of the things that I thought about in relation to these curfews is the economic impact. Because let's assume you're being reasonable, and maybe the curfew spans the night. In central Trinidad, which I assume like many other communities, we have thriving small businesses at night, a lot of food outlets. On the stretch coming to where I live alone, at night there's a corn soup vendor, there's a doubles vendor, there's a gyro vendor, and let's not forget the bars. However I may feel about a bar, other people like the bars. Plenty rum shops. What about the economic impact on these rum shops when you have a curfew for 6 months? On top of all the increases that bar owners have to face already imposed by this government, now you're restricting the time when they have the highest patronage? Is this the way to go? As I said, it doesn't matter how I feel about bars. I don't go there, but that is not the point. Other people have to live, they work there. They own them. What about the impact? When curfews become a routine tool of crime control, the state shifts from protecting freedom to essentially just managing confinement. That's what we're doing now. We're confining people all in the name of addressing crime. And as a crime prevention strategy, this is not it. Crime prevention really must rest on not just high visibility in a zone. We have to think about intelligent-led policing. We have to think about our detection rates, our conviction rates, sustained social intervention. This bill does nothing to address the root causes of crime. This is a reactive bill. It's all about territorial confinement. It's all about reacting to the violence after it escalates. As I said, it's suppression-focused. And while suppression of criminal activity is an important aspect of counteracting crime and violence, suppression just addresses the symptom. It doesn't go to the root cause, and therefore it is not a long-term strategy. What will happen is when the zone is lifted, we will get back to where we were. Really? Oh, I'm getting there. I want to quote from IDB, Crime and Violence in Trinidad and Tobago 2016, a report by the IDB. It says that preventative approaches seek to stop crimes before they occur, whereas suppressive measures, aside from their potential deterrence function, come into effect only after the crimes have occurred. Utilizing a public health model, criminologists since Brantingham and Faust, 1976, have argued that an exclusive reliance on suppressive approaches will fail because such approaches do not address the root causes of crime and violence, and criminal justice systems become quickly overwhelmed because the rate of illegal behavior may increase to the point where the system lacks the capacity to adequately deal with the number of cases. A wide range of international research has consistently shown that a combination of suppression and prevention is superior as a means to combat crime. The AG would have indicated that these violent crimes were driven by gang activity. What this bill seeks to do is really, again, it's all about territorial control instead of disrupting the recruitment. What we really have to ask ourselves is why? Why do people, especially young people, join gangs? Why do they do it? They do it because of this need for identity and belonging, because they lack parental figures, poverty, lack of education, and sometimes because they feel it's a way to get protection. Those are the things we have to examine when we are looking at long-term, the addressing crime in the long term, not just territorial management. The bill makes some passing mention, there's a community development, but I say that's really rhetoric without structure. We have what is called these social transformation committees in this bill. Seems like a good idea on paper, but really when you examine it, it will come down to a talk shop. Because these committees, firstly, there's a constitution of the committee as listed in the schedule. It lists a barrage of individuals, A to X, so I think that's about 25 individuals there. But it says you only need at least 10. So maybe we won't have this multitude of people. Because you know when a committee has too many people, too many cooks spoil the broth. Everybody wants to have their say blah, 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 blah. In this country, we are really good at talking, not so good at delivering. Right? When we look at the functions of the committee, that's at clause 26(1). The committee shall assess conditions within the zone, including the state of the physical infrastructure, health, environment, land, tenure, housing, and settlements. Identify the threats to sustainable developments of the communities within the zone. Develop a sustainable development plan, which will include addressing issues relating to health, etc., etc. Recommend social interventions within the zone, and curiously coordinate the implementation of social intervention programs by the relevant public bodies. Yet, there's actually nothing here that speaks to the time limit for producing, after all the talking, for producing any plan. No measurable outcomes that need to be addressed. No enforceable obligations, really, in truth and in fact. So again, looks good on paper, but what is this committee really going to do? We have had many reports and papers outlining issues and recommendations in this country. Hardly any action. Before I close, I just want to just quickly address a few things that the Minister of Defense would have said as it relates to Senator Faris Alwari. I think he would have said that Senator Alwari did not recognize that there was habeas corpus, or Senator Faris Alwari said that there would be no recourse to habeas corpus. That's not what Senator Alwari said. Senator Alwari specifically recognized that the habeas corpus, that redress, was preserved by this bill. Secondly, to sum it up, I would want to urge the Minister of Defense to go back again and really listen to what Senator Alwari would have said. Because what he said, the crux of what he was asking or arguing is that was essentially that two-thirds majority issue. He was asking why the government didn't see the need to have the two-thirds majority. And he was really focused on the need for political insulation from the minister by the TTDF. So I would ask him to go, take his time, have some coffee, be awake, and really pay attention to what Senator Alwari was saying. And in conclusion, I just want to say this. By this bill, the government is asking the parliament to accept a trade-off. Constitutional restraints in exchange for promised security. But the bill can essentially undermine rule of law. It entrenches executive discretion. It normalizes curfews, cordons, and the restriction or the undermining of human rights. And it's asking that we suspend rights in a very fragile society as it is, in the name of security. The AG would have said that the Prime Minister acted courageously. But I would say that courage should not trump constitutionality. Thank you.
Senator Dr. Marlene Attzs.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as I rise, I wish to join my colleagues in wishing you and the other members of this Honorable Senate a very happy New Year and all the good things that you wish for yourselves and your families. I wish to contribute to this debate on a bill which proposes the use of extraordinary measures to confront an extraordinary challenge that we face in Trinidad and Tobago. One of the things that we may wish to be comforted by is because of the references to what is happening in one of our sister isles in the Caribbean, in Jamaica. We know that we are not alone in this battle, but we have our own set of nuanced circumstances to face in Trinidad and Tobago. So this extraordinary bill, which proposes the use of extraordinary measures to address an extraordinary challenge, and that challenge requires no introduction. We know it is the scourge of crime. Mr. President, before I turn to the specifics of the bill, I would wish to use this opportunity to ground my contribution with some empirical evidence. I was heartened yesterday to hear my independent Senate colleague, Senator Drayton, speak to some of the empirical evidence coming out of Jamaica, but I would wish to speak more pertinently to some of the empirical evidence coming out of Trinidad and Tobago. There's a 2024 study titled Trinidad and Tobago Criminal Dynamics that was done by one of my UWI colleagues, Dr. Randy Sipasad. And in that study, he makes it clear that violent crime in our country is neither random nor spontaneous. He suggests, and he has not been the first researcher to suggest this, that our crime is the product of long-standing social and economic breakdown rooted in poverty, weak educational attainment, family instability, and limited legitimate opportunities for our young men. This 2024 study documents the evolution of gangs from informal community groups into organized criminal networks that are deeply embedded in certain communities and increasingly involved in firearms trafficking, narcotics, extortion, and contract killings. This is not my wheelhouse, so it was very instructive for me to learn from that study that in Trinidad and Tobago, according to the 2024 estimates, we have more than 180 active gangs involving more than 1,700 individuals. And according to the research, nearly 40% of all of our murders are gang-related. And I ask myself, because as economists, one of the things we do is talk about the multiplier effect. If those are the numbers, 1,700 individuals, 180 active gangs, what might be the multiplier effect of these very specific numbers? Perhaps more importantly, the research is suggesting that enforcement alone does not dismantle those networks. And where policing is not accompanied by sustained social intervention, sustained youth engagement, and economic inclusion, economic activity is displaced rather than reduced. And we've heard some of the other contributions in the Senate essentially making the same point. Mr. President, against that backdrop, let me begin by acknowledging without hesitation the reality that frames our conversation today. The fear of crime is real, the suffering of our citizens is real, and the urgency for action is very real. Families are traumatized, businesses close early, communities retreat behind gates and fear. And there is a concern that our young people grow up believing that violence is normal, or normal as the young people say. These are not abstractions, they are lived realities for thousands of Trinidad and Tobago nationals. And one of the earlier contributions, my colleague mentioned that crime has no specific geographic space in Trinidad and Tobago. It is almost omnipresent, so to speak. But, Mr. President, while we acknowledge the scourge facing our country, urgency to treat with that scourge should not give way to short-term thinking. Fear must not override reason, and decisive action must never displace our duty to constitutional care. This debate, therefore, Mr. President, is not simply about whether these zones of special operations can suppress violence in particular communities, but rather it is whether they can do so, these zones can suppress violence lawfully, legitimately, and in a manner that produces lasting stability rather than temporary calm. The explanatory note to the bill makes it clear that it seeks to preserve public order and citizen security while also safeguarding human rights during the operation of the zones. Clause 5 sets out the objectives of the bill, which includes empowering the executive to declare zones, enabling law enforcement to disrupt criminal activity, and establishing a social transformation committee to address underlying social conditions in these zones. These objectives, to my mind, reflect a commendable attempt to balance the enforcement issue with the imperative to develop these areas. But, Mr. President, objectives on paper do not automatically translate into outcomes on the ground. Laws do not enforce themselves. Safeguards do not operate by intention alone. And the success of this bill will, to my mind, be dependent in part on how the power is exercised, how discretion is constrained, and how accountability and enforceability are enforced, as well as the issue of transparency. If these zones of special operations are to command public confidence, then their designation must be grounded in clear, transparent, defensible criteria and data. The power to declare community a zone as embedded under Clause 6 is an extraordinary one. That must therefore rest on extraordinary justification, credible crime data, verifiable intelligence, patterns of violent activity, and demonstrable threats to public safety. It is not a secret that crime continues to plague our country, and it has plagued our country for decades. No administration has been immune from its effects, and no government has found a perfect solution. That said, I acknowledge that this is a new administration, and I believe that they should be given the opportunity to craft and implement policies that they believe can restore order and address the crime scourge, but that opportunity must be located in the context of a coherent crime strategy. The gravity of the crime situation demands that we proceed carefully and strategically. In December 2024, a state of emergency was declared in Trinidad and Tobago in response to escalating gang violence. That decision, as all of these decisions do, attracted international attention. So we need to be mindful not only of our crime levels, but we need to strike a balance between public safety and civil liberties. I had cause to go on the UK Foreign Office's website recently, and there is a travel advisory for Trinidad and Tobago that reads, there is currently a state of emergency in Trinidad and Tobago in place since the 18th of July, since 2025. The government introduced it to give authorities powers to search, arrest, detain, etc., etc. These advisories, Mr. President, and the international reportings, travel advisories, be careful when you go to Trinidad and Tobago, be careful when you go to different Caribbean islands. These advisories should remind us that while decisive action is sometimes necessary, it must always be anchored in proportionality, transparency, and respect for constitutional norms. As we heard yesterday from several of the speakers, including the Attorney General and Senator Drayton, the international experience offers us some important lessons. The Jamaican experience with zones of special operations, as well as findings from other regional international research bodies, illustrate both the potential as well as the limitations of such interventions. The evidence, one common thread of the evidence, is that it consistently shows that enhanced security measures may suppress violence in the short term, but they rarely address the underlying drivers of criminality. And criminal networks adapt, they move, they're nomadic, they reorganize, they relocate. In other words, emergency powers may cool the so-called hotspots temporarily, but they rarely dismantle criminal systems. Beyond the limitations of enforcement alone, Mr. President, I think we must also consider the physical and mental toll on those tasked with the enforcement. And this is a point to which I will return a little later. Mr. President, I wish to address what I consider to be one of the most important issues in this bill. As we contemplate the zones of special operations, we must be careful that in our determination to confront criminality, we do not inadvertently stigmatize entire communities. And that is a concern I've heard raised in other spaces and in public spaces as well. But I want to be clear that we are mindful that we do not stigmatize communities. There is a danger that law-abiding citizens who may reside in some of these so-called hotspots, the hardworking parents, the students who have ambition, the elderly residents who have endured decades of hardship, that they become collateral damage to any policy that we implement. Our objective as a country, as legislators, must be to isolate the criminal elements and not to label communities. We need to protect residents and not turn them into silent victims of discrimination. This concern becomes particularly acute when we examine Clause 24 of the bill, which empowers members of the joint force to require persons within a zone to disclose their personal information. While operationally it might be understandable, repeated and indiscriminate use of such powers risks embedding a perception that entire neighborhoods are under permanent suspicion. Research from other jurisdictions shows that once a community is branded a special zone or a zone for special operations, the stigma often lingers long after the operation ends. Employers hesitate, banks hesitate, schools hesitate, and children begin to internalize the belief that where they come from defines who they can become. And Mr. President, I'm sure that is not something that any one of us in this room would wish to happen. I'm sure there are those in this Honorable Senate that are aware of situations where persons who are reading the SCA exam, who are writing the SCA exam, their parents or guardians decide that they're going to use somebody else's address because they don't want to put where they actually live for fear that they get zoned. That is the term that is used in these examinations. You zone a child. And it is uncanny that that is the same terminology that we're using here. So if I come from a particular space, I might be zoned, so I use my grandmother or my godmother address or somebody who can verify, yes, they know the child, that's where the child lives. Mr. President, I earlier alluded to the physical and psychological burden that prolonged periods of heightened policing places on those who serve on the front lines of law enforcement. In that regard, it would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the very real operational pressures currently facing our protective services. Yesterday, we had a conversation on the motor vehicles bill. Part of that conversation revealed just how much we rely on our police service, the TTPS, to help us support and enforce some of the measures in that bill. Today, we're talking about the zones of special operations, and the central figures are, again, members of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Over the past several years, members of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service have been repeatedly called upon to operate under states of emergency, in addition to carrying out regular policing, major investigations, and ongoing national security duties. Those sustained demands place considerable strain on personnel, on morale, and overall operational capacity. As we now approach the season that we call the greatest show on earth, a period that traditionally requires an intensified police presence to manage large crowds, increased mobility, and heightened public safety risks, it is important that we remain realistic about what is being asked of our police officers. Any framework for the zones of special operations must therefore take into account not only crime patterns, but also the sustainability of enforcement, the well-being of officers, and the risk of overextending resources that are already under pressure. Mr. President, I wish to suggest that if the zones of special operations are to succeed, they ought to be supported by what we call a whole-of-government approach, one that integrates education, youth development, social services, employment creation, and sustained community engagement. Given the fiscal constraints facing the economy, every dollar spent must work harder to deliver lasting value to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, not just in the short term, sustained value for us over time. Security measures may suppress violence in the short term, as I mentioned, but without sustained social investment, they cannot produce the kind of and quality of enduring stability or long-term economic and social returns. Mr. President, this brings me back to the work of the late Professor Selwyn Ryan, which I referenced during my contribution to the budget debate in October. In Professor Ryan's landmark 2013 report, which was commissioned by the Honorable Prime Minister during her first term in office, that report entitled No Time to Quit, Professor Ryan made a simple but profound observation, which is still relevant today. He concluded that crime is not born of moral deficiency, but of social breakdown, broken families, educational failure, unemployment, exclusion, and hopelessness, resonant of the same conclusion that Dr. Sipasad arrived at in his 2024 report. Crime, therefore, is not merely a policing issue, it is a development failure. So while enforcement is a necessary condition, it is not sufficient to help us address this scourge. It is therefore appropriate that recognizing that crime is multidimensional and has multidimensional causes, that it has multidimensional solution. And I therefore find it appropriate, and I support that this bill provides for a social transformation committee, and that committee's inclusion in the bill reflects an understanding that crime cannot be solved by enforcement alone. So this social transformation committee, akin to what exists in Jamaica's legislation on zones of special operations. But having recognized the similarity, I must express some concern on how our committee, the committee envisaged for Trinidad and Tobago, is currently framed. The composition and remit of the committee established under this bill is quite expansive, and Senator John Bates, I think, alluded to this in her presentation. It involves multiple ministries, agencies, and representatives, all with differing mandates, reporting lines, and with different institutional cultures. While inclusivity is important, there is also a risk that such breadth might dilute focus, but more importantly, it might slow down decision-making and weaken accountability and transparency. The concern is more pronounced when we compare the Trinidad and Tobago Social Transformation Committee model with that of the Jamaican Committee. Under Jamaica's framework, once a zone is declared, the Social Transformation Committee is required to mobilize almost immediately, within 5 days. And within that period, they need to deliver coordinated social interventions, including education support, employment facilitation, community mediation, and social services. In other words, enforcement is paired with rapid social stabilization. The lesson to me seems clear that the success of these special zones, or these zones of special operations, does not rest in the declaration itself, but in the speed, focus, and credibility of the development response that follows. And this Jamaica model stands in sharp contrast to our bill, which is silent on any such timeline. So this silence and this gap raises some important questions to my mind. What precisely is the time frame for action once a zone is declared? What happens in the critical days and weeks that follow? And is the declaration of a zone intended merely to facilitate arrest and detention, or is it meant to trigger an immediate and coordinated program of social intervention? Without clarity on these issues, there is a real risk that enforcement will move swiftly while the development response lags behind, undermining the very balance that the legislation purports to achieve. With these lags or gaps in the legislation, Mr. President, my concern is not with the intention of the bill, but with the risk that as it is currently drafted, its execution may become fragmented, slow, or overly bureaucratic at precisely the moment when urgency, coordination, and clarity of responsibility is required. If the social arm of this legislation is to succeed, it must be empowered to act decisively, it must be adequately resourced, and it must be subjected to clear accountability and reporting mechanisms. Without defined timelines, without measurable outcomes, without transparent reporting to this Parliament, there is a real danger that enforcement will proceed and the social intervention lags. So the best laid plans may go awry. And that brings me to another point. I wish to reiterate that a citizen's address must never become a mark of suspicion that limits their access to dignity or opportunity. Mr. President, I also wish to emphasize that there is a critical economic dimension to this conversation. Crime policy is, in many respects, economic policy. In fact, every decision that we make in this Honorable Senate has an economic dimension, I dare say. Crime fuels capital flight. Crime discourages investment. Crime weakens productivity. And crime erodes social trust. In that sense, crime becomes a kind of invisible tax on our economy, one that is paid by every single citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, and also the state. Every proposed zone, therefore, carries both direct and indirect costs, fiscal, social, and institutional costs. And these costs must be heavily weighed against our long-term national development objectives. I return again to the establishment of the Social Transformation Committee under clauses 25 and 26. And again, I repeat that I think that this committee's establishment is critical because it represents what I'd call the moral center of the bill. For the committee to be effective, I again suggest that its mandate must be accompanied by measurable objectives, time-bound actions, and regular reporting to ensure its accountability. Mr. President, as I wind up my contribution, I wish to address the issue of the powers that are being granted to the joint force. If we are to vest officers with extraordinary powers, then we owe the nation the comfort of knowing that there are extraordinary standards of training, oversight, and restraint. Mr. President, Clause 24 of the bill grants the joint force the power to search and to seize without a warrant, and the bill before us cites reasonable suspicion that can give effect to persons being arrested or detained. A useful aspect of the comparable Jamaican Act of 2017 is that in that Jamaican Act, that Jamaican piece of legislation, explicitly mandates that members of the joint commanders in the case of the Jamaica, the equivalent of our joint force, the Joint Command in Jamaica, must be additionally trained in human rights, the use of force, and community development. Those are training criteria that Jamaica introduced in their act for their joint command. My question, therefore, is, has our government considered such training as an integral component for the Zones of Special Operations framework? And if so, is this training provided for, the cost of this training provided for in the 2026 fiscal package? The Jamaican experience leaves us with some clear messages that we cannot simply take officers from routine patrol, confer upon them expanded SOZO powers, and assume that responsible or consistent outcomes will automatically follow. In Jamaica's legislation, Section 8.2 explicitly mandates training, and I am suggesting that without a similar legislative requirement in our own framework, we risk creating conditions for misunderstanding, heightened community tension, and potential confrontation between residents of these zones and the joint force. Training, therefore, should not be optional, but should be seen as foundational to the legitimacy, effectiveness, and sustainability of the Zones of Special Operations. Mr. President, I suggest that the success of this policy will not be measured simply by how many people we arrest or how many gangs we dismantle, but by how many young persons never enter criminal justice systems. That, to me, Mr. President, will be the true measure of success, not just the expansion of enforcement, but the restoration of hope, not just the exercise of power, but the prevention of harm. And it is for this reason, Mr. President, that the bill must form part of a broader, wholesome, integrated national crime strategy. Mr. President, as I close, I am guided by an overarching principle that the extraordinary powers contemplated in the bill must be matched by extraordinary care. In submitting comments on this bill, the Law Association has rightly cautioned that while strong security measures may be necessary, they must be accompanied by clear criteria, strict oversight, and a robust social transformation framework, failing which enforcement risks outpacing accountability. If these zones are to succeed, they must restore confidence in institutions, in communities, and in our future. Mr. President, it is in that spirit and in fulfilling the oath which I took as an independent senator, and my oath to uphold the Constitution and to serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago conscientiously and impartially, that I offer these observations today. I support, as a civic-minded person, I support any decisive action against crime. But I do so in the firm belief that lasting security can only be achieved when justice, accountability, and social investment move forward together. With these few words, Mr. President, I thank you.
Senator Dr. Desirée Marie.
Mr. President, I rise today to contribute to the law reform, Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Bill 2026. Having just yesterday debated and taken through all their stages, both the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2026 and the Tobago House of Assembly Amendment Bill 2026, And given that we were here until almost midnight last night, I am reminded of a line from one of the Road March contenders for Carnival 2026 by Marshal Montano called Encore, in which he opines, "The road long, but we have endurance." I know we've been here before. The people want more. This is the encore. Anyway, let me begin by thanking the Honorable Attorney General and the Honorable Minister of Defense, and by extension the Cabinet, for acknowledging upfront on this occasion that this bill infringes on certain constitutional rights and therefore needs the support of not less than 3/5 of all the members of both houses. That candor matters. It sets the tone for a forthright, honest, and responsible debate. There's a principle in medicine that applies equally well to lawmaking. Primum non nocere, which the Latin scholars among us will know means first, do no harm. So the central question before us is not whether crime must be addressed. We know that it must. The question is, how do we do so while minimizing harm to law-abiding citizens whose lives are difficult enough as it is? Many citizens reside, raise their families, and earn their livelihoods legitimately in potential zones of special operations. Many others who reside in these so-called hotspots work, go to school, or access services outside of those areas. Persons commute in and out of these potential zones on a daily basis. So, the introduction of zones of special operations, if it is to happen, must be managed with great sensitivity and consideration. Teachers, doctors, nurses, hospital attendants, taxi and maxi-taxi drivers, tradesmen, security officers, and other workers need to move freely. Shift workers, such as a nurse working the 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. shift, or rather the 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. shift, cannot simply press a pause button and have the patients at the mercy of the zones, just because her community has been designated a zone. So any framework we adopt must consciously minimize disruption to livelihoods, access to education, healthcare, and basic commerce. The zones of special operations are being described as a tool to contain crime while promoting community development through social intervention. This is an ambitious promise. Infringing constitutional rights is a high price to pay, and it can only be justified if the promised benefits are real, measurable, and delivered in full. If I am to support this bill, then I would need to be convinced of that. For that reason, I want to focus my contribution today on the community development aspect of this bill. The Zones of Special Operations framework is modeled on Jamaica's 2017 Act, which was later amended in 2023, following its review by a joint committee of the Parliament of Jamaica. Those amendments extended the duration of zones and renamed the Social Intervention Committee as the Social Transformation Committee. Jamaica's experience gives us valuable lessons, both positive and cautionary. The Jamaica model is built on a clear hold and build strategy, or, as articulated earlier by the Minister of Defense, a shock and awe strategy. First, we need to clear communities of violent gangs, and second, hold them with a sustained security presence. Thirdly, and most importantly, in my opinion, we should build through social investment, infrastructure, education, training, economic development, healthcare, and justice to prevent the resurgence of crime when the order declaring a zone has been revoked. This strategy involves displacing gangs, maintaining a continuous security presence, fostering behavior modification of the residents, and community strengthening through social investments, including infrastructural work. This approach is rooted in what policymakers call a theory of change. In simple terms, a theory of change is a tool used by organizations and initiatives which aims to create social change by providing a structured approach to planning, implementing, and evaluating programs effectively. It forces us to make the pathways to change explicit by explaining how actions today are expected to lead to safer, stronger communities tomorrow. It makes assumptions visible and links activities to outcomes. A theory of change framework would allow Parliament and the public to judge whether progress is real or merely asserted. I would therefore like to get more details on the how from the Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, should he contribute to the debate today. I'm not sure if you're planning to contribute. Vague goals such as develop a sustainable development plan or recommend social interventions within the zone, including compulsory school attendance areas and local improvement and urban renewal initiatives, were cut and pasted from the Jamaica Act, and these terms are just not enough. Outcomes must be clearly defined, broken down, and measurable. Otherwise, we will not know whether communities are truly being transformed as opposed to crime simply being managed and contained. My suggestions for measurables could include an increase in the number of schools and in the teacher-to-student ratio in the zone, an increase in the number of schools that are repaired and upgraded, including those with disability access, reduction in the percentage of children scoring less than 30% or less than 50% at the secondary entrance examination, reduction in the percentage of youth who are neither enrolled in school nor employed, increase in the number of housing units completed and distributed in these zones. Minister Alexander, listening. Road repair works and drainage works completed, and an increase in community sporting programs. These are measurable targets. According to a December 2025 article in the Jamaica Observer under the headline, "No Need for a New ZOSO," says Holness, in leading the debate to extend the 7 ZOSOs currently in place in Jamaica, the Honorable Prime Minister stated that there is no need to declare a zone of special operations for any community in Jamaica. He told the House of Representatives, and I quote, "The zones that have been implemented have worked so well that they have had an impact on other communities. There is no question that the zones of special operations have worked so well to the point where we cannot now identify a community that requires a zone of special operations." So, success is actually being defined as not having to declare any additional zones of special operations. Granted, the Prime Minister also claimed that over the past 9 years, Jamaica has achieved historic socio-economic and infrastructural progress. Dr. Holness also shared that as at December 8, 2025, Jamaica had recorded 632 murders, which was 463 fewer homicides than during the comparable period in 2024, representing a 42.5% reduction in killings. This, of course, means that there were at least 1,095 murders in Jamaica in 2024, which was 7 years after Zosos were introduced. Shootings were also down 32%. Yet, at the end of the debate in the Parliament in Jamaica, the House approved the extension of all 7 Zosos. So I suppose hotspots have now become warm spots, perhaps? Just 4 days ago, on the 17th of January 2026, the US Department of State, on their website, travel.state.gov, while adjusting the Jamaica travel advisory from level 3 to level 2, described crime in the island as follows. Violent crime is a risk throughout Jamaica. The homicide rate reported by the government of Jamaica is among the highest in the Western Hemisphere. Tourist areas generally see lower rates of violent crime than other parts of the country. Armed robberies and sexual assaults are common. The US Embassy routinely receives reports of sexual assaults, including from US citizen tourists at resorts. US citizens report slow or unsatisfactory response to serious criminal incidents. When arrests are made, cases are often not prosecuted to a final verdict or sentence. And this is 8 years after the Zosos were introduced. The lesson from Jamaica is clear. The clear and hold phases driven by police and military action cannot succeed on their own. Without a strong and properly funded build phase, zones risk becoming semi-permanent security arrangements rather than temporary measures providing a bridge back to normalcy. The data from Jamaica is instructive. Despite the reductions in murders, all 7 Zosos remain in place 8 years after they were first introduced. A report from the Office of the Public Defender on the zones of special operations in Jamaica, dated January 2021, highlighted that there are financial challenges in the completion of the build phase in each zone. Interestingly, Mount Salem was the very first Zoso to be declared in Jamaica. Mount Salem is considered the most dangerous community in the parish of St. James, a rural area 3 kilometers and 8 minutes by car from the world-famous tourist destination of Montego Bay. Coincidence, perhaps? Based upon reports from the Jamaica Constabulary Force, between the first day of September 2017 and the 15th of August 2018, 582 persons were detained at the Mount Salem zone. Of that number, 44% were between 18 and 25 years old. And 23% of persons detained were 26 to 30 years old. 7% of those arrested and detained were children. So 74% of persons detained were 30 years and under. And of those, only 1 detainee was charged. The other 581 were released without charge. So large numbers of young people were detained, questioned, and released on the same day without charge. That, of course, raises serious concerns about reasonable grounds, due process, and the long-term relationship between the state and its youth. Although millions of dollars were reportedly spent on social interventions, the report from the Jamaica's Office of the Public Defender pointed to gaps in accountability, data protection, and measurable social transformation. On the 8th of December 2022, more than 5 years after the declaration of Mount Salem as a ZOSO, the Star newspaper reported that at that time in 2022, according to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, Dr. Horace Chang, the Social Intervention Committee, as it was called at the time, had managed the implementation of over 300 million Jamaica dollars, which equates to 12,750,000 Trinidad and Tobago dollars in investment in Mount Salem. To me, over a 5-year period, that does not sound like a tremendous amount. In fact, in February 2025, the parliamentary opposition lamented that it appeared that the build phase of the zones of special operations in Mount Salem had been almost largely forgotten. The opposition was of the view that the community should have long passed the clear and hold phases and be well advanced into the build phase. But that will see it no longer requiring a ZOSO designation. But that has not happened, which reinforces Senator Attzs' point that the transformation lags behind the shock and awe phase. This is an important lesson for Trinidad and Tobago. Interestingly, Augustown, a community located almost next door to the University of the West Indies Mona campus, so any of us who've studied at the Mona campus in Jamaica will know about Augustown, was declared a zone of special operations on the 8th of July 2020. With repeated killings, the community itself expressed a desire to have the area declared a zone of special operation. And this aligns with the utterings of the Honorable Minister Roger Alexander, Minister of Homeland Security, who was quoted in yesterday's Express newspaper as saying that he has been overwhelmed with messages and emails from people requesting that ZOSOs be implemented in their areas in Trinidad and Tobago. Zones of special operations are meant to rid the community of criminal gangs and criminal activity by saturating the zone with the police and the military, similar to the Joint Army and Police Patrols, or JAPs. I do wonder, though, how effective these joint forces are likely to be, considering that a state of emergency was declared in July 2025 due to an existential threat to the security of the state by gang members emanating from the maximum security prison. One would think that the maximum security prison would be the epitome of a zone of special operations. In addition to that obvious challenge, and the Minister of Defense alluded to it in his earlier presentation about leaks in the persons who are expected to enforce these zones, ZOSOs inevitably have an economic impact. I won't dwell on that because we heard about that earlier, both from Senator Bates and Senator Attzs. But the trade-offs must be acknowledged and managed effectively. Therefore, at the same time or soon after a zone of special operation is declared, investments must be made in the social infrastructure so that at the end of the day, when the order is revoked, saturation policing is no longer required and normal policing returns. Part 5 of this bill being debated today establishes a social transformation committee with wide-ranging responsibilities, including assessing conditions in the zone, identifying threats to sustainable development, developing comprehensive plans, recommending interventions, and coordinating implementation across public bodies. On paper, these functions are sound, but success will depend on clarity, funding, timelines, and accountability. The theory of change framework referred to earlier in my contribution. And I'll repeat that I look forward to hearing more details about the implementation, the how. Youth engagement and training initiatives must explode, figuratively speaking, particularly targeting the 15 to 24-year age group with secondary school programs, vocational programs, internships, on-the-job training, employment opportunities, and intervention programs to keep the peace. Perhaps the government could even consider waiving rather than increasing fees for services such as passport renewals and birth and death registration for persons who reside in these zones of special operations. A moratorium on recently introduced taxes, such as the landlord tax, would truly make ZOSOs special, as would preferentially employing suitably qualified persons from these communities to fill the 20,000 positions across 25 government ministries as identified in the national recruitment drive. Those types of special operations could have immediate impact and would go a long way to solving some of the social ills in these so-called hotspots. The Minister of Labour, Small and Micro Enterprise Development is not in the chamber at the moment, but I'm sure he would agree that employment is one of the most powerful tools to empowerment. Crime is a social problem. It reflects deeper societal issues such as inequality and inequity. So the social transformation aspect of this bill is critical. As required by law, 3 years after the first ZOSO was declared in Jamaica, a committee of both houses of parliament was appointed to review the act. According to the joint committee report laid in the Parliament of Jamaica in December 2022, which was 5 years after the first ZOSO was declared, the committee recommended that the act be amended as follows. So the Jamaica Act has been amended in 2023. The committee recommended to insert a set time for the first meeting of the Social Transformation Committees. They also recommended including timelines for the deliverables, which might vary across communities, including these timelines in the terms of reference transmitted to the minister for approval, and that these timelines be discussed as part of the responsibility of the second meeting of the Social Transformation Committee. The Joint Committee also recommended inclusion that a function of the appointed Social Transformation Committees is to examine data provided in terms of the needs of the community at its second sitting. In addition to these recommendations, the committee recommended that where a member of the Social Transformation Committee is absent for 3 consecutive meetings, a written request is to be made to the minister by the chairman for that member to be replaced by another from an organization, institution, or the community. So it is recognizing the importance of regular attendance at the Social Transformation Committees in order to participate in effective decision-making. Importantly, the committee recommended that the government of Jamaica provide greater resources to the work of the zones of special operations. So not surprisingly, the TT 12.75 million equivalent spent in Mount Salem was insufficient and inefficient maybe. There were also several general recommendations that the committee felt could be incorporated into the policy rather than legislation, which I will read out. These included strengthening accountability mechanisms to guarantee participation of ministries, departments, and agencies on the Social Transformation Committees, including a budget to support monitoring and evaluation, continued use of peacekeepers in the field to monitor and maintain peace in volatile communities across the areas of special operations, introduction of anti-gang programs in schools to provide for the social needs of the gang that the gangs offer without the need for starter gangs, and in so doing build gang refusal skills. The committee recommended that a code of conduct is enforced to govern the conduct of the security forces, that the principles of leadership in the zone should extend to all officers, along with ethics and accountability training. Human rights training should be available to all officers. The committee also recommended to require the Joint Command and Joint Force have training in the prevention and mitigation of sexual exploitation and abuse and sexual harassment, and to mandate this training by an approved provider as part of preparation for deployment in the zones. That, of course, speaks volumes that the committee would feel the need to make such a recommendation. So I think these recommendations give some justification to Senator Alwari's concern about disciplinary proceedings for members of the Defense Force who exercise such powers as are invested in a constable in these zones. The committee noted that the recommendation for consideration to be given for a more effective separation of the security side of the law from the community development side. And they wondered what other provisions could be included in relation to enhanced security measures outside of a state of public emergency, without an over-reliance on detention of suspects and accused persons to achieve the aims of the laws. Mr. President, I want to end my address by referring to representation on the committees. Under Schedule 1, the Social Transformation Committee of the proposed bill in Trinidad and Tobago includes a representative of the National Center for Persons with Disabilities, and that recognition is welcome. While organizations such as the National Center for Persons with Disability play an important role in terms of institutional policy development, the lived experiences of persons with disabilities is irreplaceable in terms of developing meaningful interventions and action. Lived experience matters. Decisions about curfews, access, enforcement, and services directly affect persons with disabilities. And the principle of nothing about us without us should guide this process. I have been asked by one of the stakeholder organizations to respectfully suggest that at least one person living with a disability should be appointed to the Social Transformation Committee alongside the institutional representation. Section 1, subsection T of the schedule in the bill provides an opportunity to include a person with a disability as any other person who or agency that, in the opinion of the minister, can assist with the work of the committee. I humbly suggest that that would strengthen both the legitimacy and the quality of the decision-making. Finally, Mr. President, we must remember that zones of special operations are not meant to be permanent. They are meant to be bridges, but bridges only work if they take you somewhere. If we are going to restrict rights, disrupt daily life, and ask communities for patience and trust, then the state must deliver on safety, dignity, opportunity, and hope. Gangs assert criminal governance and thrive when the state leaves a void. The trust of the people in the state and in the state's ability to govern have been severely eroded. This trust needs to be bolstered and restored. Persons in these potential zones will have their constitutional rights infringed or even suspended, and they will pay a heavy price, but the entire society will benefit. So it is our duty to ensure that after the dust has settled, and based on the Jamaica model that could easily be a decade from now, these communities will truly have been socially transformed into thriving and prosperous spaces. I will be circulating proposed amendments for discussion during the committee stage, and I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to contribute to this critical debate. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm very pleased to rise and contribute to this debate on the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Bill 2026. In fact, Mr. President, that is actually the short title of the bill. The long title of the bill, Mr. President, and I think I need to say it so that we may all reflect on it at the outset, is we hardly ever read long titles, but I think we need to reflect on this one. An act to provide for special measures for upholding and preserving the rule of law, public order, citizen security, and public safety within certain geographically defined areas of Trinidad and Tobago, and for other related matters. I will get back to that in just a bit, Mr. President. Mr. President, I had come with a prepared presentation, but I have had the benefit of listening so far to some very, very useful contributions by Senator Murray and Senator Attzs. I want to thank them for bringing their concerns. Amendments are always good, Mr. President, and suggestions are always good, and we've done it in this chamber already. But I want to remind all senators of what the Honorable Attorney General said when he piloted this bill, that the state of emergency comes to an end on the 31st of January. And he mentioned that things have to be put in place so as to capitalize on the gains that have been made during the state of emergency to deal with violent crime and gang activity. Because it is a given, and our history has shown that when states of emergencies are lifted, there is a vacuum which is quickly filled, and we must take that into consideration. So I ask senators to be cognizant of that and to apply a degree of flexibility when they apply their minds to what they have before them. We've listened, and we are still listening. We have a lot to do in this debate. We have a long way to go in this debate, and we are still listening. We are still taking notes. I want to say at the outset, Mr. President, that it is a very sad day when a minister of government has to come into this chamber and have to deal with unfortunate, wicked comments made in another place by the opposition and on social media about the racial composition of the National Security Council. It's very unfortunate. It's a shame, yes. Mr. President, I am a member of the National Security Council. I am of East Indian descent, and I am very proud of it, and I make no apologies. But my race has nothing to do with the work that I do. There are things that were said somewhere else, and we have to deal with it. It doesn't matter what race people are in the National Security Council. I was very sad when we have to deal with it here today. And I hope, and I say it because I hope that notion does not enter into this debate today in this place. So whoever is planning to use that, please refrain, because it was done somewhere else already. And we know what sometimes it is repeated up here. So I want to cut that nonsense out now. Mr. President, as a member of the National Security Council, I am privy to certain documents and information. And I brought something to share. I've gotten the permission of the chairman of the National Security Council, the Honorable Prime Minister, to share certain parts of a document which the Honorable Attorney General started to allude to. Because the conversation has been going along in a particular direction with respect to concerns about training, concerns about results, concerns about measurable results and data and metrics, which is only fair. And I want to share some things here because I think I want to put this on the table now and use some of my time to get it on. I may not be able to develop some of the other legal points, but I want to get these on the record. I think they're important for this debate that we're having now for the assistance of all senators in the most judicious way without disclosing operational details. But before I do so, and with the greatest respect to Senator Murray, I want to ask through you, Mr. President, Senator Murray, how can you insist on measurable results as a condition of your support, most respectfully, when we are now debating the measures to be put in place? This is experimental. This is unprecedented. There are no metrics about this. We're doing this for the first time. I don't know if that's what you meant, but I want to assist you with what I'm going to disclose now in what we have been, what the police service has been doing with things that are similar, but not the same. So I hope that will answer you. It's not going to be the same metric because we have never tested this system. And I hope it can help all of us here today. This is a report on zones of special operations by way of an overview of the police service's use of control zones for crime suppression and community stabilization in Trinidad and Tobago. We all know of the Interagency Task Force, and it operates several zones from 2004 to present. It was supported at some point by police-military integration, but however, this time TTPS, the TTPS assets are not, the military integration is not attached to this unit at this point in time. It's not attached to this unit at this point in time. Only TTPS assets. But this has been going on since 2004 by way of the Interagency Task Force. And over the years, it has intelligence-led deployment and community engagement, and we see some themes coming out here, form the backbone of sustained stabilization in certain high-risk communities. And as the Attorney General said, that he alluded to the exercise executed in Enterprise in Chaguanas. Where's Senator John Bay's not here? She and I are from Chaguanas. Enterprise in Chaguanas is an area in Chaguanas from 2017 to 2020. I will get back to that. we all remember, so this framework has evolved over the years. Those of us of a certain vintage would remember the first incarnation, which is the flying squad with Randolph Burroughs. And that flying squad was known for high-risk tactical operations, aggressive suppression of violent offenders, and deep investigative knowledge of criminal networks. That's a fact. We all know that. When you used to read the Mirror and the bomb and see Randolph Burroughs coming out of the helicopter, and so those were it. Senator McNish might know, might remember reading, not the Puncher, the bomb and the Mirror. Okay. Then there was a second evolution, which was the Service Support Unit during the mid-1990s, which was a reasonably effective crime suppression unit characterized by rapid deployment, tactical readiness, strong intelligence and integration, and support to divisions experiencing spikes in violent crime. So we're moving now to support to divisions, not areas, but divisions of the police, geographical divisions. Then we also had the development of the Interagency Task Force, which were drawn from the divisional task forces across the country, as well as the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. And then by the early 2000s, it had morphed or developed into a more focused zonal model, which we all know about. And that's where the lingo crime hotspots came into play. Not disclosing any operational details, but zonal models, where we zones of focus, dividing high-risk communities into manageable zones, dedicated patrols in each zone, continuous presence as best as can be, and integrated intelligence, obviously, through community engagement, tactical support. And we still have these zones, we have these crime hotspots that exist today, and that's part of the problem. The present Interagency Task Force is focused on intelligence-led policing, multi-layered strategies for patrols and reconnaissance, being as general as I can, and of course community engagement. Right now, youth mentorship, school outreach, conflict mediation, and community reassurance patrols. And these activities, these community activities, Senator Murray would have been alluded to the community involvement, they mirror now the build phase of the ZOZO operations, the build phase of the ZOZO, when you enter and you build, okay? But Mr. President, let me get to, in the limited time that I have, let me get to the, how much time do I have again?
You finish at 1:11.
Oh, okay, good. I want to focus now on an example of a specific ZOZO-type intervention, and that is the Enterprise Shogunus between 2017 to 2020, where Enterprise Shogunus became what we would call the epicenter of violent crime in the Central Division in March 2017. 4 murders in one day triggered public protest and demands by the community for intervention. And so there was an intervention. Some people forget that. Approximately a 4 square kilometer zone. And there was a multi-strategy framework of traditional policing, of course, intelligence-led policing, community-oriented policing, and problem-oriented policing, involving environmental rehabilitation, lighting, utilities, pavilions, homework centers. All of these things which, and the committee comes to mind again. But this is a live example of it. And there was immeasurable impact. We're talking about the period from 2017 to 2020, and that's the data I have here. Murders in Shogunas 2017 to 2018, a 13% decrease. 2018 to 2019, 57% decrease, and 2019 to 2020, 8% decrease. Murders in enterprise in that focus zone, 2016 to 2017, 8% decrease. 2018 to 2019, a 75% decrease as a direct result of Operation Steelgate. That was the name of the operation, Steelgate. I don't know if people remember it, Steelgate. Not Anaconda, Steelgate. Right. And in 2019, Operation Steelgate received the Presidential Award for Service Excellence in Police Service. Now, I say that, Mr. President, because there's been some discussion about measured and metrics and this and that and the other. But the fact is that we have before us recommendations from the police service. National Security Council doesn't operate in a vacuum. And we have recommendations. And I want to put these recommendations on record because they don't come from the executive. They come from the police who are on the ground. And they inform the decisions that the council has to make. I will get back to this notion of the prime minister and the power of the prime minister to declare zones. But before I do, it's important for us to look at what is happening now and the way the National Security Council operates. And I want to place on record the recommendations, and I'm going to quote, these are the police services recommendations. And I quote, Mr. President, if you would allow me, it's important. Trinidad and Tobago has already demonstrated through the Interagency Task Force, Zonal Model, and Operation Steelgate that ZOSO-type interventions are not foreign concepts, but proven locally developed mechanisms capable of stabilizing high-risk communities. For decades, the TTPS has executed sustained, intelligence-driven multi-agency operations that have produced measurable results in homicide, shooting, and gang mobility. These interventions have restored public confidence, reopened public spaces, and enabled social agencies to re-enter communities that have long been dominated by fear. The success of these initiatives, achieved without any special legislative authority, shows that Trinidad and Tobago already possesses the operational foundation for a national ZOSO framework. I think that should meet Senator Attz's concerns about training. We can put all of these blocks in the way of what we want to do, but we have to start somewhere, and the clock is ticking down. We've had measurable success. Our police are capable, and they've shown that they can be capable. That's what they're telling us here. They're telling us Trinidad and Tobago already possesses the operational foundation. They've been doing it for a national ZOSO framework, unquote. And let me quote again, Mr. President, that this is most important. I quote, however, the absence of a statutory structure limits the scalability, sustainability, and multi-agency integration of these interventions. Without legislation, Mr. President, zonal operations rely on internal directives rather than a unified national policy, and social agencies participate voluntarily rather than mandatorily. Critical powers, such as extended presence, structured community development mandates, and mandatory interagency coordination, remain fragmented across ministries. This creates, because not only the Ministry of National Security and Homeland Security and Defense, this creates operational gaps and prevents the full institutionalization, which is a very long word, of the clear, hold, build model. That's the Jamaican model, the Jamaican concept, clear, hold, build, that has proven effective both locally and regionally. A legislated ZOSO framework would transform those operational successes into a durable national security architecture. The report goes on, and I must quote, "Within this legislative framework, the introduction of a targeted curfew and a variant of preventative detention orders of up to 180 days, and this is the police telling us this, not the UNC, would significantly strengthen the state's ability to suppress violent crime. A curfew applied surgically within designated zones would immediately restrict the nighttime movement of armed gangs, disrupt retaliatory cycles, and reduce the circulation of firearms and narcotics. PDOs, preventative detention orders, applied only to high-risk individuals identified through intelligence and subject to judicial oversight, which is what we're doing here, would temporarily remove the most violent actors from the community, giving investigators time and space needed to build strong prosecutable cases. We've made those gains in the existing state of emergency. We want to build on them now. Together, these measures would deny gangs operational freedom, protect vulnerable residents, and we're forgetting vulnerable residents. We're talking about inconvenience, and let me continue to quote, and accelerate the stabilization of high-risk communities. Goes on, rather than importing a foreign model wholesale, Trinidad and Tobago can codify its own proven approaches into law, creating a statutory ZOSO framework that is culturally grounded, operationally realistic and tailored to the nation's security environment. Legislation would ensure continuity across administrations, protect officers through clear legal mandates, and guarantee that social interventions occur alongside enforcement. The TTPS stands ready to support the Ministry of Homeland Security and the Ministry of Defense in implementing this architecture, ensuring that the country's most effective crime reduction strategies are finally given the legal foundation they deserve, unquote. Mr. President, this is from the police, telling us that they have had success with these measures. They have the metrics, they have data. We like to talk about metrics and data, especially in enterprise shogunas. They have the training, they have the experience. Time is running out, and we are ready to go. We do not wish to have a vacuum after January the 31st. What we have presented here, Mr. President, is a package. And I said, let me get back to the long title. I said the long title, and I think Mr. Sturge mentioned it. The measures here are not a state of emergency under the Constitution, and I think I don't need to go further than that. They're very much different. The criterion is different. We can't ask the President to call a state of emergency to deal with something in sea lots. We need dedicated legal architecture for that. Rights are suspended in a state of emergency under the Constitution. We have access to the courts. As Minister Sturge said, we have the writ of habeas corpus, which still runs. I practiced in the public law arena, and the writ of habeas corpus is one of the most useful instruments to protect civil liberties. Habeas corpus means bring the body. The court says bring the body and justify the detention. Habeas meaning we have the body. Bring the body and justify the detention. And Mr. Sturge said it here. We have mechanisms in the bill for that. You go before a magistrate, and then you go before a judge to justify your detention. Protection of the law is the access to a court for the vindication of one's rights. We have provisions, and I'm rushing along now because I'm running out of time. We have provisions in here which deal with your property. We've codified provisions which deal how property is seized and how you can get back your property by applying to a magistrate. So again, we have the intervention of the court. We have limited reasonable days for the cordons. And we're not doing it vice in the Senate by saying, well, I think I am a doctor, I am a lawyer, I am an accountant. I think it's 60 days better. The police are telling us how much. The police told us how much here. The police said 180, and we trust their technical know-how. We trust their technical know-how, and that's represented in the bill. Okay. The other thing, I had so much to say, but I wanted to get this on the record. We spoke about search and seizure. We spoke about liberty of the subject and the protection of the law. We feel that all these things are proportionate in the circumstances. You have your right of access to a court, unlike a state of emergency. So let us get rid of those misgivings. Freedom of movement, again, we have mechanisms in there for permission, for movement. We have to balance the greater good. We have to balance the greater good. Yes, we are speaking about temporary inconvenience for persons in a community. But, Mr. President, there are places in this country where not even the KISS van will dare go to deliver bread, or WASA, or TNTech, or the cable. They have to use direct TV because nobody goes in there. Not even sometimes the police is wary to go inside of there. We have to retake our communities, Mr. President. And it is for the greater good. It is for the greater good. Another aspect of the bill, which I think would be developed by other speakers, is the fact that the designation, there are two other points I want to make. The designation of this zone is only for that 180 days. If we have to do it, if we have to extend it, we need to come to the Parliament by way of affirmative resolution. And those of us who don't know, affirmative resolution means the resolution of both houses of Parliament, both houses. And even though we have a majority in the other place, we still have to come here and get a majority to extend beyond the 180 days. That is the parliamentary intervention, and that is the oversight. We're going with 180 because the police tell us that is enough for them. We can't doubt them. That is enough for them. And let us not make numbers a deal breaker, Mr. President. Lastly, Mr. President, there was some concern over the Prime Minister, or let me not personalize it, a Prime Minister, and the power of the Prime Minister in Council. The Act, the bill speaks about the definition of the Prime Minister in Council, Prime Minister sitting as Chairman of the National Security Council. What that means, as a judicial review practitioner, what that means is that the Prime Minister cannot make a decision vague. She has to make the decision as the Chairman of the National Security Council, which is in a meeting of the National Security Council, where she will hear other views, where a Prime Minister, I should say, will hear other views, and where once you activate National Security Council, which is the Committee of Cabinet, it's in the Act, with responsibility for defense and national security. That council itself acts on intelligence and recommendations from those who have the intelligence and recommendations, not the politicians. From the Chief of Defense Staff, from the Commissioner of Prisons, from the Commissioner of Police, the Chief of the Fire Services, and others who can bring intelligence and information. And from a judicial review standpoint, anybody can GR the decision. As long as a court, and I say this out of my experience, my legal, as long as a court is satisfied that the council, and therefore the Prime Minister, made a decision based on recommendations brought before the council and not arbitrarily or vague, a court is not going to substitute its own decision on the merits of why or why not for national security matters, because courts are not equipped to weigh national security matters. The analogy, as well as even medical issues, courts are not equipped to say whether one is negligent or not. They have to get the opinion of experts. Not so, Senator Murray? They get the opinion of medical experts. So let us not get carried away with this thing about, oh, we're getting into a dictatorship and this and that and the other. Mr. President, how many minutes do I have? 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Mr. President, before, I think, thank you, Mr. President. I think Minister Sturge mentioned quite a lot of the nuts and bolts that I wanted to deal with in the bill. So let's get that notion behind us. Those are reviewable things. However, we have to admit and we have to acknowledge that in matters of national security, there is a margin of appreciation and respect that is given with respect to secrecy and review, and it has to be. You don't expect us to come to the Parliament in a joint select committee to debate on whether a zone should be called. That does not make operational sense. And you have all the information out there. It lies in the bosom of the executive, Mr. President. Mr. President, in our system of government, in a liberal democracy, it is the executive that brings measures to this Parliament for its approval to address crime. It is the executive that decides on the allocation of resources to support the other arms of the state. Like it or not, that is the role of the executive. And they will allocate resources to support other arms, such as the judiciary, and also other independent agencies, such as the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and the Defense Force. Mr. President, it is the role of the government to take all measures as it can within our constitutional structure of checks and balances to address this very grave situation that now faces us as a country: organized crime, gang violence, prostitution, human trafficking, illegal drug trade, and the virtual control by the criminal underworld of certain areas in our country. We have to take it back, Mr. President. We have to take it back. So, Mr. President, notions of stigmatization, race, sensitivity to ethnicity, political patronage, they have always until now kept us back from dealing with this problem robustly and decisively. This government, led by the Honorable Kamala Prasad Bissessa, has put a robust and decisive proposal on the table to deal with this thing as best as we could. Crunch time, January the 31st, vacuum, crunch time. Senator John Bates tried to convince us that this is not applicable and this bill will not work. It overrides the rights of members of certain communities. She said that we speak about, she said, undermining of rights. You have to target the whole country. Long-term policies, prevention, suppression. And she said in the hands of a UNC, she does not trust these things in the hands of a UNC government. I hope I'm okay. But you know, Mr. President, for years we have been speaking about a holistic approach to crime, to the point where the word holistic is a cliche. It means nothing. Holistic means nothing. For years we have been talking about conversations. Because that's the buzzword these days, conversations. But you know, a conversation is also a cliche and political shorthand for sustained periods of inactivity, where we speak, we have tea, and we talk, we chatter, and we do absolutely nothing. And the time has come for that to stop. Nothing is wrong with having conversations, but we cannot have long conversations at this stage. We have to do something. Okay? So, Mr. President, I want to end by commending this bill for the support by members of the independent bench. I feel, and the Attorney General has done a good job in my view, and his team, of bringing measured approaches, proportionate approaches to the problem. It may not be perfect, but in the areas that matter, we feel that it can fly and stem the rot as we start off, and then we measure as we go along. The last clause of the bill speaks about a mandatory review by the Parliament, and not by one house, by the Parliament, by a committee set up for that purpose within 3 years. Not longer than 3 years. Within 3 years, we must have that mandatory review. That's where you get the metrics. But it also allows for reviews from time to time within the 3 years. So, Mr. President, with those words, I want to appeal to my colleagues on the independent benches, because I know we're not going to get the support of the opposition. In this historic time, this very, very critical point in time, and I'm not exaggerating, in our nation's history, to support what we have. It is a work in progress. Because, Mr. President, make no mistake, over the years, all of us, the whole national community, all of us, we are guilty of creating a monster, and now we have to deal with that monster. I thank you, Mr. President.
Point of order, Mr. President. Mr. President, point of order, please, 42.9.
What is that?
42.9, point of order. I'm not sure if this is the correct protocol, but Senator Allahar raised something about my presentation, and I just wanted to clarify, because I don't think he quite understood what I had said.
He made, what did he raise specifically?
He said that I had requested data and metrics that didn't currently exist, that he couldn't provide in order for me to decide whether or not I would support the bill. But what I really said was that I wanted it going forward, that this would be recorded so that we could judge whether or not the social transformation was successful. So I just wanted to clarify that I wasn't requesting the data now, but then he presented reduction in murder rates, which exists. So the data I was requesting is the data that doesn't exist on the social transformation metrics that I had referred to going forward. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, honorable senators, it's a good time for us to suspend, and we shall resume at around 2:10 p.m. The sitting is now suspended until 2:10 p.m.
yourself. Wait.
The President.
Senator Vishnu Dhanpaul.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as usual, good to see you again. Happy New Year to yourself and my colleagues in the chamber. Mr. President, we've heard a lot of debate on the bill. I just want to call out the name of the bill. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Bill. I hope I have the correct name, Senator Allahar. I hope that was the correct name. And heard a lot of legal arguments. And what I like to do today is try to put a slightly different spin on the debate, if possible. Mr. President, zones, and I'll be using the word zones, please, special operations model in Trinidad and Tobago is based almost fully on the Jamaican model. So, what is it about this Jamaican model? The first issue is, if the Jamaican model was so successful, why has there not been a mad rush among countries globally to implement that model? I haven't heard about countries heading off to Jamaica to oversee this model or to take a look at this model. And Mr. President, are you aware of, I don't mean to bring you into the debate, but are you aware of how many countries are using this model? I'll tell you. Outside of Jamaica, none. And that should tell you something. But to understand the model, I decided to do a bit of research in a different way on Jamaica, compare Jamaica to Trinidad and Tobago, and whether this model could work in Trinidad. Jamaica is double the size of Trinidad and Tobago in square miles, area. The population is double the size of Trinidad and Tobago's. Both countries are relatively densely populated, especially in the urban areas. Jamaica's population is largely homogeneous. Trinidad and Tobago's population, in fact, Trinidad and Tobago is probably one of the most cosmopolitan countries on the planet. So let us take a look at what transpired in Jamaica in 2017 when the ZOZOs started the zones, Jamaica was running a positive GDP growth of 0.7%, a debt to GDP of 115%, and a murder rate of 58.6 per 100,000. But in 2025, Jamaica's GDP growth increased to 2.1%. Jamaica's debt to GDP declined significantly to 62.4%, and the murder rate went down to 24%. 24 per 100,000, So what was going on in Jamaica? I'll come to that in a little while, but to understand what's happening in Jamaica, we have to look at the unique case of a Don called Christopher Dudas Cook in 2010. I'm sure most people here will be old enough to remember Christopher Dudas Cook. And in Jamaica, Mr. President, I'm sure you're aware, there are garrisons. And Jamaicans will tell you that a garrison would make a hotspot look like a novice, like novices running that hotspot. But Christopher Dudas Cook was the don of one of these garrisons in the Tivoli Gardens in West Kingston. And he controlled this garrison. Now, a garrison in Jamaica, Jamaicans will tell you, it's totally locked down. It's almost like a mini enclave, totally self-sufficient. Even the security forces in Jamaica, you have to seek permission from the Don to get into the garrison. But in 2010, the US government indicted Dudas Cook for drug possession, gun running, etc., etc. And I forgot, one unique thing about the garrisons in Jamaica, that they have strong political affiliations. In fact, West Kingston, the MP for West Kingston at that time was Bruce Golden, the Prime Minister. And they were seeking to extradite, the US government was seeking to extradite Dudas Cook. And the security forces in Jamaica stormed the garrison. It lasted for 4 days. 73 people died. And that, Mr. President, was the critical catalyst in Jamaica for the formation of the Zuzus. That was the catalyst, the Dudas Cook situation. And just for records, Dudas Cook will be released in 2029. So, Mr. President, so what happened since then? What made this Jamaica model so critical, so successful? Simple. The Jamaican government was running a parallel project with the zones. The Jamaican government, Mr. President, was getting by with a little help from their friends. And who are these friends? These friends were in Washington, D.C., called the International Monetary Fund. And it was no coincidence that the International Monetary Fund entered Jamaica in 2013 with an extended funds facility that stretched to 2017. It wasn't a coincidence. And what happened there in Jamaica is that they started to be very successful at meeting performance tests, at meeting conditionalities. The economy started to pick up. And that is the critical thing. And one word that's critical that I'm missing in the Trinidad and Tobago's context. How is this thing going to be funded? How is this thing going to be funded? And the Jamaicans had their little secret called the IMF. And what had happened with the IMF in Jamaica, the economy started to pick up, and they created the fiscal space to fund these zones. Now, these zones cost hundreds of millions of dollars to keep intact. I don't know whether Trinidad and Tobago, at least during in the budget debate, I can't remember debating these zones. I can't remember seeing anything in the estimates with these zones. So how are these zones going to be financed? Or, conspiracy theory, maybe the zones will be part 1 and the IMF part 2. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Mr. Speaker, they could say whatever they want. Look at the indicators. Look at the foreign reserves. When the IMF comes into the country, the first thing they look for is balance of payment support. Look at the reserves. That being said, the Jamaicans were onto something. They created the economic growth. They created the employment generation. They created the debt reduction. They created the fiscal space. So they were able to pay to finance the zones. I haven't heard anything. It's not my fault. I was waiting to listen. I was waiting to hear how the zones are going to be financed. I haven't heard a word. Maybe the next speaker will be able to tell me how are these zones going to be financed. I hear a murmuring, Mr. President. Senator Roberts is disturbing me. You know, Senator Roberts, Mr. President, is a one-man crime hotspot. And maybe they'll have to give him his own zone. So, let us look now at the breakdown. After we looked at the funding, and there's been much discussion about where these zones are going to be and how they're going to be geographically determined, etc., etc. So I want to put on the record, so there'll be no ambiguity, where in 2011 these hotspots were located. So when these zones are announced by the Honorable Prime Minister as Chairman of the National Security Council in conjunction with the CDS and the Commissioner of Police, people will be able to follow. The zones, the hotspots, sorry, and I'm going to read all of them. The hotspots in the city of Port of Spain: St. James East, St. James West, Woodbrook, Northern Port of Spain, Belmont East, Belmont North and West, Southern Port of Spain, East Dry River, St. Anne's River South, St. Anne's River Central, St. Anne's River North, Belmont South, then the city of San Fernando, Coquille Toruba, Reservoir East, Cipero, Reservoir West, La Romaine, Marabella East, Marabella South, Vistabella, Marabella West, Monrepo, Navette, Pleasantville, Springvale, and the borough of Arima, Calvary, Arima Northeast, Arima West, Arima Central, Malabar, Tampuna, Omera, the borough of Chaguanas, Charlieville, Edinburgh, Enterprise North, Enterprise South, Cunupia, Montrose, Felicity, Monroe Road, Kearney Savannah, the San Juan Laventille Regional Corporation, Maracas Bay, Febo, Mova, San Juan West, St. Anne's, St. Barb's Chinapu, Beetham, Success, the Diego Martin Regional Corporation, Chaguanas, Goodwood, Covent, Diamond Vale, Mount Coco, just to name a few. So, based on what I'm reading there, and this is public for the public record, the Trinidad Express this Sunday made my life easy. Because the Trinidad Express this Sunday did some homework for me. In 2025, and the headline of the newspaper report is, "Where's the most dangerous place in Trinidad and Tobago?" So the population could reached its own conclusions. In 2025, Central Trinidad between Caroni and Couva was the most murderous part of Trinidad and Tobago. In 2024, Port of Spain recorded the most killings, making it the deadliest location based on available Trinidad and Tobago Police Service data. When homicide figures for 2023, 24, and 25 are added together, Central Trinidad also stood out as the most violent region nationally. So the point I'm making here is that when these zones are announced by the Honorable Prime Minister, people could arrive at their own conclusions. After Central Trinidad, communities between Tacarigua, Aruca, Maloney, La Joqueta, Malabar, Pinto Road, Arima, and Komoto in the Northern Police Division were second bloodiest last year with 52 murders. The Southern Division, which stretches from Marbella to Moruga, was the third highest with 50. The Southern Division encompasses communities such as Barkpaw, Gasparillo, Marbella, Monrepo, Moruga, Princestown, San Fernando, Davie, St. Madeleine, Claxtonby, and Tableland. So, as I said, Mr. President, people can arrive at their own conclusions when announced. And so I'd like to now move just quickly to the bill itself. Clause 4. Clause 5, F. Facilitate the redirection of young persons out of criminal activity. But you're trying to facilitate young persons out of criminal activity, but you're closing all the youth programs. Inconsistency in the government's policy. Similarly, in Clause 5G, promote social and economic development in a zone through the efforts of various government agencies and civil society, but you're closing CPEP, URP, etc. Inconsistency in government's policy. This is not my bill, this is the government's bill. Clause 68 reduces Parliament to a rubber stamp. In 6.2d, there's a major, what I'll call, not a flaw, but a major loophole. And I've seen it in drafting of bills before. D says, and that'll be clause 6.2d, says, shall not declare the entire of Trinidad and Tobago as a zone. But, Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago has the country Trinidad and Tobago has three components. Has the country of Trinidad and Tobago, which is listed here. It has the island of Trinidad, and it has the island of Tobago. Could it be possible that the loophole is all of Trinidad is a zone, while there's nothing in Tobago, or all of Tobago is a zone, while there's nothing in Trinidad? Drafters need to look at that. The logic doesn't follow. In clause 10.2, the joint command shall be persons who, in addition to the general training as members of the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force and the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, respectively. But who's going to be the commanding officer here? Nothing was said about that. Similarly, a person in 10.5, a person who fails to comply with subsection 4 is liable to disciplinary action. By whom? Is it a tribunal? Nothing is said in the bill about this. In clause 11.2, a member of the Joint Command who fails to comply with subsection 1 is liable to disciplinary action. Of what nature and by whom? Senator Alwari went through the legal aspects of this, took a deep dive into them, but no answers. In clause 14(1)(b)(1), says may impose a curfew in the zone between such hours as may be specified. Now, Mr. President, I'm not a lawyer, but are there enough lawyers on our books to cover this without having these zones? Going through another bill? I would think that we'd have enough laws, sufficient laws in our system to cover this. Maybe I'm wrong. In in 14(2), for the avoidance of doubt, whenever a cordon is established or a curfew is imposed under subsection 1, any member of the joint force may, for the purpose of enforcing such cordon or curfew, exercise powers as are vested in a constable. In this case, Mr. President, I understand the role of the PCA with the police here, but what would be the agency to mirror the PCA for the defense force? I haven't seen anything like that. In clause 22(2)(a), body cams. The circumstances in which body-worn cameras may be used within the zone. Why not all the time? The Minister of Homeland Security came into this chamber to answer a question on body cameras and the use of body cameras and the procurement of body cameras, and he said that they had 3,000 on the way. I haven't heard anything about those 3,000 body cameras since. And if you have 3,000 body cameras, I would think that body cameras are also for the protection of the police officers and the soldiers. Why can't the body cameras be worn full time? That's a big mystery to me. Why wouldn't they want to use the cameras to provide evidence to save themselves? In clause 24(3)(a), a person shall not, without reasonable excuse, in response to a request made by a member of the joint force under subsection 1, give a name that is false in a material particular, or give an address other than the person's full and correct address. But how does it work? Does it work the other way? Is the public allowed to ask the name and rank of a member of the joint force? Is that possible? The Social Transformation Committee. How long after the zone has been set up that this committee is allowed to enter the zone? And how is this committee being funded? I have searched far and wide in this bill to find out about funding. I've seen nothing. And this is not going to be cheap. If there are 24, and get up to about 24 people per zone, these people how are they going to be paid? How are they going to be hired? How are they going to be funded? This is not, in Jamaica, as I said, they spent hundreds of millions of dollars doing this. And I repeat, I saw nothing in the national budget. So, Mr. President, before I conclude, I just want to show what could happen when you stress vulnerable people. The zones are a case where you're trying to lock people in. I want to use an example of where vulnerable people were being locked out. In the mid-2000s, initially carnival bands in Trinidad and Tobago would just parade the street, and vendors at the side of the street would sell like alcohol to the masqueraders, etc. And they'd even do it very legit. They would apply for alcohol license and stay at the side of the road. A band would pass, and invariably, they'd probably be sold out when the band passes. However, something transpired in the mid-2000s, early 2000s, and bands decided to become all-inclusive, locking out. Let's just use the small man, the vulnerable, the guy with a seasonal hustle. Locked him out, completely out of the band. You know what transpired? You know what's the response? When you stress people out and you take away their living, and especially a seasonal issue, the guys that decided to do it, and I was witnessed it, say, okay, fine, you want to leave me out of your band? You don't want your masqueraders to purchase from me? Fine. They stormed the band and started to rob masqueraders in the band. The example I'm trying to make, what happens when you stress out, depress people. And this is a case of being locked out. We are looking at a case where the zones have been locked in. And again, Mr. President, in closing, when I was a young man growing up, the rap genre of music was now starting to take hold in the United States. And in the early 1980s, there was a band called the Furious Five, and they were fronted by a guy called Grandmaster Flash. And they weren't gangster rap or anything, they were anti-establishment rap about inner city problems in the United States, especially for them in the Bronx. And they spoke about the inequalities in the Bronx, etc., crime. But the lyrics to one of their songs resonated with me then, and for some inexplicable reason, it's coming back now. And the lyrics went, "Don't push me, because I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. I'll let the population finish the rest of the lyrics." Why you're stressing out people? Why you're tying up people with these zones, if not necessary? Because you're creating a time bomb. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Michael Bastide.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in the other place, the Honorable Attorney General described this bill as groundbreaking legislation. And he acknowledged that the provisions of the bill impact upon or interfere with certain of the fundamental human rights of citizens of this country. And I say he is right on both counts. In fact, I go further, Mr. President. I say that this bill puts forward a radical approach to deal with the very serious crime problem we have been experiencing in this country for, I would say, the last 20 years or so. From what the Honorable Attorney General has said in this chamber, it seems that by July 2025, this crime problem became a crisis, having evolved into an existential threat to the state. And I agree that a radical approach is needed to deal with crime, at least in the short term. I think there are other long-term solutions that need to be developed. However, Mr. President, I am disappointed that although we are asked to support this groundbreaking bill, one that treads on the fundamental human rights of our citizens, we were just given just maybe 2.5 days to prepare for this debate. In the circumstances, 2 days to prepare for this debate is inadequate, particularly given that there has been no prior consultation by the government with the members of Parliament from the opposition and the independent bench on this bill, either by way of the appointment of a joint select committee or by any other means. Nor has there been any consultation by the government with the public on this bill, as there was with, for example, the Stand Your Ground legislation. One would have hoped that consultation and discussion with the opposition and independent benches through the appointment of such a committee would have taken place, given the nature of the bill, and particularly given that the government is seeking a special majority. While I recognize that the crime situation in this country warrants a radical approach along the lines set out in the bill, I have concerns about certain provisions in the bill. A joint select committee, or perhaps some other process, I am young in the Parliament, there may be other procedures, could have provided for a meaningful discussion where such concerns as I have could have been vented on a back and forth discussion I'm talking about. Not this sort of structured debate where it's very adversarial in some respects, and it's you have one chance to speak, and it is not conducive to thrashing out certain concerns that I would have had. And maybe after that discussion, the government, that type of discussion, the government would have been able to resolve my concerns, or we have made, or I or my other members on the independent bench may have been able to maybe persuade the government to make certain amendments. And I guess the reality is, Mr. President, that, okay, the government is here and it's seeking a special majority. They may say, no sense discussing prior to the debate anything with the opposition because the opposition is not going to agree. They may take that approach, and maybe that is understandable. But you do have the independent senators. And I think it is definitely worth the effort. And it's independent senators that you're trying to encourage to support the bill. Well, speak to us before the debate, using whatever parliamentary procedures you can, and let us thrash out maybe amendments, compromises. For example, I got the impression from what was the contribution of the Honorable Minister of Defense today, that the government might be open to a sunset clause. Maybe I'm wrong. That is something I want to suggest. But we could have had a discussion beforehand where, assuming I'm right, that they could be open to that, we could have had a discussion. How long is the bill to last? How long is the act to last? Is there to be a renewal? How is that renewal to be implemented. You see, instead of where we find ourselves in a scenario where insults are being hurled at us and that sort of nastiness. We could have had, I mean, maybe if after that discussion you feel that we're against you and you feel that we are just a PNM puppet, maybe I wouldn't recommend it, but go ahead and hurl the insults. But let's have that discussion. Don't assume that we are PNM, even if you think, and I know there are people on the government bench that know that we are not a PNM puppet. They know that. And even if you think that, have a discussion with us before. Hear how we respond. See if we change your mind about that. There's no need for these insults and denigrating people. I mean, for me, I don't like it, but I go ahead living normally. But it's a chilling effect for other people when the president, it might be a president that comes through the UNC when the UNC in power after this president leaves, he or she may have to go and invite people to become independent senators, but they will look at what has happened now, and a lot of good people will say, I'm not up for that kind of pressure. So I don't want to get into a tit for tat but all I'm saying is let's try a different approach. Discuss with us before the debate. When you need our support in a case like this, have a discussion with us. See if we really PNM puppets. See if we can, if we can't compromise, or if we don't have some good ideas. Now, I have spoken, Mr. President, about the lack of discussion, the lack of time to prepare for the debate and to consider the bill. Because you're asking me, or the government is asking me to support a bill that does tread on the fundamental human rights of citizens. And I am not going to feel comfortable supporting such a bill if I am uncertain about whether it is warranted. I would like to be able to, I would only feel comfortable supporting such a bill after mature consideration and after feeling certain that this is what is required. I'll just make that point. And having said that, Mr. President, I turn my attention to the bill itself. I will try not to cover ground that has already been covered, but in order to give intelligibility to my points, I may have to do so to some extent. Now, the bill, if passed, would confer on the Prime Minister a power to confer on the police and the Defense Force, powers which typically could only be exercised lawfully under a state of emergency declared pursuant to the Constitution. And I'm referring here to the powers to impose a curfew, power to cordon off certain areas, power to search premises without a warrant, power to arrest or detain persons without a warrant. In that sense, it is fair to say that the bill, if passed, would effectively confer on the Prime Minister a power that is similar, of course not identical, to the power to declare a state of emergency provided for in the Constitution. Under the proposed legislation, the powers which are conferred on the police and army can only be exercised by them in areas designated by the Prime Minister, referred to as zones, and for a period fixed by the Prime Minister. And in his contribution, Mr. President, I refer to those powers as SOE-type powers. Now, an area can be designated as a zone for a maximum period of 180 days, but that period can be extended repeatedly by the Prime Minister, and I accept it's by the Prime Minister as head of the Security Council, provided the extension is confirmed by a majority of members in the House of Senate by way of affirmative resolution. Now, this is one of the differences between an state of emergency declared pursuant to the Constitution and its zone declared by the Prime Minister. Under the bill, a zone can be repeatedly extended by the Prime Minister with affirmative resolution without any limit to the number of extensions once the extension is approved by the affirmative resolution process. So you can have persons living in a zone being subjected to the exercise of SOE-type powers for years. I mean, I'm not saying it's likely or unlikely, but it can happen. And from the statement made by the Attorney General in this chamber yesterday as to he has been advised that the crime occurs in clusters in certain areas, in densely populated areas, it's highly likely that the power to designate an area as a zone will be used to designate one or more of our poorer urban areas as zones. These areas are often referred to as hotspots. Now, I think we all have an idea of the areas I'm referring to. I'm not going to call them out because I don't see the need to stigmatize them any further. But we know it's not Westmoreland, and we know it's not Goodwood Park, and we know it's not Bel Air. The reality is that the law-abiding citizens of this country who will feel the adverse effects of the exercise of the SOE-type powers under this Act will be those living in the hotspot areas. The SOE-type powers of particular concern to me, Mr. President, are the power to effect a cordon around a zone or an area within a zone, the power to impose a curfew in the zone, the power to search premises within the zone without a warrant. I also have one or two issues with the power to detain. But those are the main concerns. I start with the power to impose a curfew on the citizens living in a zone. The curfew may be imposed by the Commissioner of Police or by a police officer not below the rank of Assistant Commissioner of Police, designated by him for that purpose, or by the Chief of Defense Staff, or by a member of Defense Force not below the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. The curfew shall endure for a period of not exceeding 72 hours, but there is nothing to prevent repeated curfews being imposed within the zone. So it is possible that upon the expiry of a curfew, which endured for 72 hours, the police can wait or the army can wait a day or two and then impose a further curfew and so on and so on. There is no limit on the hours of the curfew. So a 24-hour curfew may be imposed. In that scenario, if you're living in a zone, you might find yourself effectively under house arrest for a day or more. No prior notice of the imposition of the curfew is required to be given. So again, you wake up one morning and you find yourself under curfew. And as Senator, John Bates, I am sorry, I'm wearing my reading glasses. If you're employed, you may be able to go to work, you may not be able to go to the hospital, you may not be able to go and get your dialysis treatment, your chemotherapy treatment, you may not be able to go to the pharmacy to go and buy your insulin, perhaps you may not be able to vote. And if you are unfortunate enough to live in this hotspot, this curfew may be a regular occurrence for you over a 6-month period, or much longer if the period of the zone is extended. Now, the Defense Force and the Police Force have the power to cordon off a zone, as I said before, or an area within the zone. Again, this can be done without any prior notice. And one expects that to be effective, a cordon will have to be imposed without prior notice. And the cordon shall endure for a period not exceeding 24 hours. But again, there is nothing to prevent cordons being imposed repeatedly in a zone. So persons living in a zone, Mr. President, may find that they have left home for work or on personal business or whatever, and they cannot return home. They may have children with them. Then they have to find somewhere to sleep, maybe, if it's nighttime. They may have an elderly relative at home who cannot look after themselves. They may have children at home who cannot look after themselves. The police and army also have the power to search your home without a warrant. Now, I've never been the subject of a search like that, but I assume that it's a serious invasion of privacy and must be humiliating. I would imagine it can be a very unpleasant experience, if not traumatic experience, depending on the manner in which it is carried out. Now, the Act provides for safeguards. Firstly, a search can only be carried out if there is reasonable suspicion that an offense is in the course of being committed or has been committed or is about to be committed. Secondly, the person in charge of the search has a duty to take such steps as reasonably practicable in the circumstances to ensure the owner or occupier is present at all stages of the search and is afforded the opportunity to observe everything done in relation to the search. But Mr. President, who is policing the members of the police force and the defense force to ensure that these requirements are met? I assume it is the owner or occupier who has to do that. And how does he do that? Well, as far as I can tell, he will either have to approach the courts for redress, or if it's in the case of the police, perhaps maybe he can go to the Police Complaints Authority. But I can tell you as an attorney, in terms of approaching the courts, the law is a very blunt instrument, especially for someone who's living in the poorer urban area, because they most likely cannot afford a lawyer. They will have to, it will most likely come down to his word against the police word. It may take about 3, 4, 5 years, maybe 2 years for him to get any redress. And it seems to me that in those circumstances, that owner-occupier will be pretty skeptical about seeking redress. He will just let it slide. So I think, now I'm mentioning all these things not to say that I am against this radical approach, but one has to be, but I think, when we're considering this bill, we have to look at the reality for those who are on the receiving end of these powers. Because, I speak to, the people I speak to, I'll confess, they are not people generally from these areas that are likely to be zones. They are family, friends, businessmen, professionals. And they have no qualms about this bill. They're very gung-ho about this bill. And they have no problems with these powers being exercised. But it's important to remember that none of them, and a lot of people will come to you and they come to me and they say, you have to support that bill. But none of those people live in hotspot areas, whether consciously or subconsciously. None of those people believe that they will be on the receiving end of these powers. So they are in that context, and I am as well. I don't live in a hotspot area, and probably most of us don't. So we have to, however, put ourselves in their situation as best as we can. But I don't think that's good enough, Mr. President. I think when you're passing a bill like this, you have to hear from these people. You have to give them an opportunity to tell you what they think about this bill and about these powers. And I think that is why I'm saying that there needs to be public consultation. Now I get the Senator Allahar's point. We often, too much discussion and too much consultation, you get bogged down and you don't get any action done. You don't get anything done. But that just means you control and you're disciplined and you control the manner in which you consult and you keep it to a short time frame, or you don't get bogged down. You can't just throw out consultation because, well, we need action. You need to consult with people when you are going to take this kind of action against them. Those of us outside the hotspots, we are not the ones that are going to be plagued with cordons and with curfews and with searches. Now, it may be that the people, when you give them a chance to say what they have to do, they say, Mr. Lalite, what you talking about? The criminals have us under cordon already. They have us under curfew already. Maybe they will say that. Maybe they will say, Mr. Lalite, you know what? All of society just treat us as criminals. And so whether we are law-abiding or not, the police are going to treat us as criminals. And they're done abusing us, and when you give them more power, they're going to abuse us more. They may say that. I was glad to hear from Senator Drayton, because it seems from what he is saying that they're under lockdown anyway. But I don't know. I don't live there. We don't live there. Maybe some of us do. Maybe some of us have that experience, but we need to hear from them. So, Mr. President, how much time? I find I'm going on a little bit, Mr. President, so I want to make sure. Let me go fast. Mr. President, case of Surat and Attorney General against Trinidad and Tobago. Privy Council said it is for Parliament, at least in the first instance, to strike the balance between the rights of individuals and the general public interest. So we have to do that. But part of that exercise must be hearing from those who are going to receive, who are going to be at the receiving end of the power of these SOE-type powers. If we have to strike that balance, we have to hear from them. In striking that balance, I would have liked to have an opportunity to drill down into the Jamaican experience. I haven't been able to do so because I haven't been able to prepare. It sounds like there are mixed results. I heard in the other place, the Attorney General said it led to a dramatic reduction in crime. I also heard in the other place from the opposition that they say, well, that only happens once an intensive police presence is there. And when you move them, they're not there. I heard from Senator Drayton that, I believe I understood him correctly, homicides don't fall. Could be wrong. But other crime does fall. So, and then I heard from Senator Murray, she spoke about that as well. But another thing that we have to consider, which is very important in determining whether we are striking the right balances during this bill, is to consider the circumstances in which the power to designate a zone arises. Now, there are two scenarios in which the power will arise, where there are reasonable grounds to believe that there's rampant criminality such as murder, gang warfare, or high or escalating levels of violence. The second scenario is simply where there are reasonable grounds to believe that there is a threat to the rule of law and public order. Now, that bar that must be crossed in order to declare a zone is much lower than that which must be crossed to declare a state of emergency pursuant to the provisions of the Constitution. Under the Constitution, the relevant bar in the present context would be that set out in 8.1c, I could be wrong, 8.2c it may be, where, quote, action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety or to deprive the community of supplies or services essential to life. So that bar is a lot higher than rampant criminality or simply a threat to public order and the rule of law. Now, I believe it is fair to say, Mr. President, that over the past 25 years, there has been a steady and marked increase in criminality in this country generally and particularly in certain areas. And I think it is true to say that at least in the past 5 years or perhaps prior to that, violent crime has become rampant in particular areas of the country, at least from time to time. I accept that in the circumstances the country finds itself at this time, the country finds itself in circumstances that, sorry, my lord. Anyway, I'll go off script, Mr. President. I was trying to go on script to save time, but I accept that we're in a situation now where at least in the short term we need these type of powers. But I stress in the short term. And I agree that the criminality is such that these powers are required in the short term. But it's a short-term measure. And it's a short-term measure to buy time to allow the government to develop and implement social and crime-fighting policies and systems which enable crime to be reduced to a tolerable level without the need to exercise these SOE-type powers and the consequential infringement of individual rights which they involve. I think that a statutory provision that confirms on the Prime Minister for a limited period of time the power to designate as zones areas in which there is rampant criminality strikes the right balance between the general public interest in the government getting control of crime and the constitutional rights of individuals affected by the exercise of the SOE-type powers conferred by the bill. Again, I wish to emphasize that the statutory power of the Prime Minister to designate zones should not be a permanent feature, but rather a short-term measure to deal with a crime problem that has over the years developed into a crisis. The power to designate areas as zones should be a temporary tool to control time until such time as the government is able to put in place social and crime-fighting policies which can control crime without the exercise of SOE-type powers. Now, we have heard that declaring a state of emergency, Mr. President, brings down the murders, the murder rate. I think that has been the result both with respect to the state of emergency brought into play by the last administration and by this administration. So we seem to have this tool that tramples or treads on people's human rights, but it brings down the crime. And the danger is if we make that a permanent feature, this ability to designate areas as zones, maybe not this government, but maybe the next government becomes lazy. They begin to rely on this zoning as a convenient, regularly used crime-fighting tool. And they abandon the social and crime-fighting policies that may control crime without having to exercise those powers. They abandon the effort to get us into a position where we can use normal policing powers to control crime. Because that's hard work. That takes social policies, as we've heard. It takes a lot of police work as well. And thus, I think in order to strike the right balance, the bill should include a sunset-type clause which provides in effect that provisions of the Act shall expire after 2 years or 3 years, something around there. It should expire. That would provide an incentive to the government to keep working at those social policies and those crime-fighting policies that that will control crime without having to rely on SOE-type powers. If you want, we could discuss as well, maybe we have a renewal clause so that it may say, well, all right, it's for 2 years, the bill will expire after 2 years, or the act will expire after 2 years, unless there's a certain type of resolution passed by Parliament. And then it will expire after, it will be extended for another 3 years. But then that's it. That's what I'm thinking strikes the right balance. Now, I appreciate that under 7.3 of the bill, any extension of the period of the zone by the Prime Minister and Council is subject to affirmative resolution, and therefore there will be an opportunity to debate the proposed extension. But the issue there will be whether the period of a particular zone should be extended and not whether the Prime Minister should continue to have the power to designate areas as zones, the more fundamental issue. For example, if you went with the renewal model, if you had a sunset clause with a renewal clause, when it comes time for the act to expire and the government want to renew, there will then be, it will force a debate on whether it should be renewed, and that will no doubt involve a review of how the exercise of SOE-type powers have worked. Has crime reduced? It will review what that has had on the people who are at the receiving end of those powers. Have those powers been abused? It will involve a review of what the government of the day has been doing to introduce social policies and crime-fighting policies that can control crime without using these SOE-type powers. The Section 28 of the bill is not a sunset clause. I understand it requires a review every 3 years at least, but that is not sufficient, in my view, an incentive or a push to the government of the day to make that effort to rid us of the need for these SOE-type powers to be used. And I'm not talking about UNC or whoever is the government in the day, because when you pass this law, especially if you don't have a sunset clause, the next government to come in will have these powers. And UNC not going to be in power forever. PNM not going to be in power forever. It might be a new party in power. We don't know who the leader of that party will look like. When we look around the world today, we are seeing leaders elected through the democratic process that are taking a very authoritarian approach to democracy. They're becoming very anti-democratic. And we don't want to find ourselves with a leader who is of that mind. As I said, don't get me involved in PNM UNC thing. I'm sure the UNC supporters they probably don't want this. If it's a PNM in power, they don't want this power. So all I'm saying is be careful what you wish for, because it has happened other places, and it can happen here too. With respect to Section 6.1b, how much time have I? You have 7 more minutes. 6.1b, it provides that an area can be designated a zone if there are reasonable grounds to believe that there is a threat to the rule of law and order, public order. Now, I have a serious, this is my other concern. So I have 2 concerns, Mr. President. And I apologize if I haven't been facing you, because I'm supposed to be talking to you. The one concern is no sunset clause. I want a sunset clause, please. The other concern is that Section 6.1b is too broad. The language is too vague. It's too uncertain. It seems to suggest that there's a wide range of circumstances which may constitute such a threat. So I understand, I can see that the provisions of the bill providing for a power to designate areas in which there's rampant criminality as zones is necessary and in the public interest. And as a short-term measure, given that we find ourselves in a situation where the state has been unable to control crime through the exercise of normal policing powers and has only been able to do so through the exercise of SOE-type powers. Now, rampant criminality might itself be said to be a threat to the rule of law and public order, but that is covered by Section 1A. So when we talk about, so Section 1B is talking about a threat to the rule of law and public order other than criminality. So the question is, what is that threat which this country is now facing and which the police cannot deal with using their normal policing powers, and which does not constitute grounds for calling a state of emergency pursuant to the provisions of the Constitution? Now, if it's an existential threat that we face in July 2025, that is a ground, in my view, no question, for a state of emergency to be called under the Constitution. And it was. And if it is rampant criminality, I'm all right. Well, we have Section 61A under the Act, and I'm happy with that once we have a sunset clause. But when in addition to that you say, or any threat to rule of law or public order, I get very nervous because I don't know what that is. I don't know what is that threat. It's not clear to me what is the threat that the country is facing now that requires this kind of a power to designate areas as zones because there's a threat to the rule of law and public order. What is that threat? Sorry? I have 3 minutes. So let me wrap up by saying, Mr. President, because of the broad and loose language of Section 1B, it opens itself up to abuse. It opens itself up to the possibility, perhaps, of a future leader using that power to exercise SOE-type powers, not because there's any real threat, but because for political purpose or some other ulterior motive. And again, I say, remember, be careful what you wish for, because you will not always be in power. And the PNM will not always be in power. You might have a new party. I have other criticisms of the bill, Mr. President, but those will not prevent me from supporting this bill. And I want to end by saying one thing. Either way I vote, if it stays in this form, I will be voting that way very reluctantly. So I'm in a tough position. My position is not cast in concrete. I'm hoping to hear from the Honorable Attorney General in reply. I do not know the Attorney General on a personal level, but what I do know of him professionally tells me his reply to my contribution and to those of the other independent senators, whether that reply is made in this chamber or to the media, will be neither vapid nor shallow. That is to say, it will be a reasoned reply, and it will not be based on insults and personal attacks against the members of the independent bench. Quite apart from the fact that I expect his sense of decency and intellectual integrity would not allow him to make anything other than a reasoned response, the Attorney General no doubt appreciates that in the context of a debate, when you have to rely on personal attacks against the other debater, it shows that your case is devoid of merit. And that, Mr. President, marks the end of my contribution, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Senator Anthony Vieira, SC.
Thank you. Mr. President, I rise to make my usual vapid and shallow contribution.
Well, that is true.
I do so with full awareness that it may shortly be ignored, dismissed, or survived. I confess from the outset that I am one of those independent senators who, according to recent commentary, speaks at length, thinks too much, and occasionally votes according to conscience. I accept that this may be deeply inconvenient. We have been told that our contributions do not really matter. Now, that is a refreshing constitutional innovation. It suggests that parliamentary debate is now optional. Scrutiny is decorative, and the Senate exists largely for ambience. I must say, Mr. President, that is news to me. I had always labored under the quaint belief that Parliament was a place for reasoned argument, not merely a staging area for pre-approved outcomes. Be that as it may, let me turn to the bill. Mr. President, crime remains one of the most...
Have some silence, please, over here.
Thank you. Mr. President, crime remains one of the most serious challenges facing Trinidad and Tobago. And for decades, successive governments have relied on traditional law enforcement approaches. Despite significant expenditure and repeated legislative amendments, violent crime persists. The public expects Parliament to respond honestly, and it would be disingenuous to pretend that what we have been doing is sufficient. Against that background, I approach this bill with an open, cautious mind. Being open to new solutions is not an abstraction of principle, it's not an abdication of principle. It is an acknowledgement that entrenched problems sometimes require carefully calibrated innovation. The task before us is not to choose between security and rights, but to ensure that any enhanced security measures remain consistent with constitutional values and the rule of law. As the Canadian Prime Minister Carney might have put it, we want an approach that is principled and pragmatic. Now, what is the nature of this bill? It proposes geographically limited zones of special operations, time-bound and subject to parliamentary oversight. It is not a state of emergency in disguise. It is an attempt to surgically address areas of entrenched criminality while preserving as far as possible ordinary criminal procedure and judicial supervision. There is constitutional override, and of course, that is always a serious matter. In particular, the bill expressly invokes Section 13 of the Constitution. That's a grave step. Parliament should never treat constitutional overrides lightly. However, the Constitution itself contemplates such legislation, provided the special majority is obtained. The question, therefore, is not whether Parliament has the power, but whether the power is exercised responsibly and proportionately. Importantly, despite the override, the bill retains several core safeguards. Arrest and detention remain subject to judicial scrutiny. Persons must be informed of the reasons for arrest. Magistrates are required to review detention promptly. The High Court oversight is engaged within short time frames. Legal professional privilege is expressly protected. These are not cosmetic provisions, they matter. The Prime Minister and Council may declare a zone on reasonable grounds relating to rampant criminality or threats to public order. Now, I agree with the Law Association's observation that these phrases are very broad. They risk over-declaration and weaken accountability. But to be fair, there are key safeguards. There's a time limit, 180 days. It's geographically limited. Parliament must be informed. The extensions require affirmative parliamentary resolution. And I would say this compares favorably with states of emergency regimes and older public order laws with weaker temporal controls. From a law enforcement perspective, the bill provides clarity of command through a joint police and defense force structure, mandatory reporting, body-worn cameras, and forensic registration of weapons. These measures protect not only civilians, but also officers acting lawfully in difficult circumstances. Now, I do have some concerns about the use of soldiers in our communities, of which I will say more later. But let me touch on another important aspect of the legislation, which I would call the soft power aspect, and that is the area that treats with the possibility of social transformation, which clearly is not incidental. It strikes me, and I hope that the movers of the bill can elaborate further on this, to emphasize that the social transformation component is not just an afterthought. The mandatory establishment of a social transformation committee with community representation and developmental responsibilities reflects an understanding that crime is not addressed by force alone. International experience demonstrates that purely militarized interventions fail unless social conditions are simultaneously addressed. The social transformation component aligns with evidence that purely militarized intervention fail where they ignore the structural causes of crime. Now, I am mindful of concerns expressed that this legislation may be racially or politically motivated. But on the face of the bill, zones are defined geographically based on objective criteria such as levels of violence and threats to public order. There is no racial or political classification. But that said, perception matters, right? The legitimacy of this framework will depend entirely on fair, transparent, and restrained implementation. Many laws fail not because of what is written, but because of how they are applied. The bill contains mechanisms that can guard against abuse, time limits, parliamentary oversight, judicial supervision, reporting obligations, and periodic review. Those mechanisms must be used, not ignored. The challenge for this Parliament is to strike a careful balance and to give law enforcement the tools required to restore public safety while ensuring that exceptional measures do not become normalized and that fundamental rights are restricted only to the extent strictly necessary. The most intrusive elements of this bill relate to searches, curfew, and cordon powers. But here again, there are mitigating features. Reasonable suspicion is required. Searches must be observed where practicable. Legal professional privilege is protected. Cordon and curfew durations are tightly capped, 24 and 72 hours. But we cannot be blind to the remaining risks relating to warrantless searches, and here I anticipate that judicial scrutiny will have to serve as a necessary further safeguard, and that the proportionality of curfews affecting innocent residents will be a central issue. Mr. President, I accept that doing nothing is a choice. But it is not one I think that the population will find acceptable. This bill is not beyond criticism, and it warrants some refinement, but it represents, I think, a serious attempt to confront a national crisis within a legal and constitutional framework. Our duty is to scrutinize it rigorously, try and improve it where we can, and ensure that if it is enacted, it is implemented with restraint, accountability, and respect for the rule of law. I turn now to the use of the military in these special zones, a matter that troubles many citizens, and which troubles me as well. The use of soldiers alongside the police in domestic law enforcement operations. Now, on the one hand, we confront heavily armed, organized criminal networks that pose a real and immediate threat to life and public order. On the other hand, we have to be vigilant about, as Senator Delabasi said, about the long-term constitutional and institutional consequences of normalizing military involvement in civilian policing. Now, strictly speaking, I don't see this as a separation of powers issue in the classical sense. The Defense Force remains under civilian control, and Parliament is legislating for its domestic deployment. There is no usurpation of judicial power, nor the creation of a parallel military justice system for civilians. But that does not end the inquiry. Constitutional law is not concerned only with legality, but with constitutional culture. In constitutional democracies, there is a long-standing distinction between the police, whose function is civilian law enforcement, investigation, public order, and the military, whose function is national defense and external security. And that distinction exists for good reason. Soldiers are trained for combat, not community policing. Their ethos, their rules of engagement, and the operational mindset are necessarily very different. As I see it, the real constitutional risk is not the exceptional use of the defense force in support of the police. It is a normalization of that rule. If soldiers routinely patrol communities, conduct searches, and enforce curfews, then we may be risking a blurring of institutional roles, militarizing civilian spaces, and eroding public trust, particularly in already marginalized communities. And that would be unhealthy for our democracy in the long term. Now, to its credit, the bill does try to address those concerns in a number of ways. The Defense Force operates in a supporting role within a joint command. Operations are time-limited, they're geographically confined. Normal criminal procedures and judicial oversight is retained. Human rights training is mandated, and the deployment is tied to a broader social transformation strategy, not permanent occupation. And these features are constitutionally significant. They signal that this is not intended to replace civilian policing. But that said, safeguards are only as strong as their enforcement. We already have heard that some people may not afford to be able to get lawyers to represent them and prosecute their claims in court. But if military involvement becomes prolonged, routine, or politically expedient, the constitutional balance will be undermined in practice, even if not in theory. So in my respectful view, Parliament should affirm expressly and repeatedly that the use of soldiers in domestic security is exceptional and temporary. It is justified only by extraordinary levels of violence and firepower, and it cannot become a substitute for long-term investment in professional, intelligence-led civilian policing. We have to be honest about the danger posed by well-armed criminal groups. But we must also be honest about the dangers of drifting slowly and quietly towards a militarized approach to public order. Traditional crime-fighting methods in Trinidad and Tobago have not provided sustainable results. I accept that. Experimentation is constitutionally permissible, provided limits are clear, safeguards are real, review is genuine, and measures are temporary, not normalized. I think the bill does attempt to achieve that balance. It is not beyond criticism, but it is not reckless. In terms of overall architecture of the bill, I find it to be internally coherent and well-structured, with a clear division between declaration powers, operational powers, safeguards, social intervention mechanisms, and review mechanisms. Minister.
Senator, thank you for giving me. Just from my own recollection, and I'm sure you'll be much more aware than I have, since in the 90s, soldiers have been working along with the police force. I remember Gun Hill and Point Fortin, confidence patrols,
joint patrols that police and soldiers have had for the last 25 years. I'm sure you would have recalled some of that.
Oh, you're absolutely right, Minister, and you make my point. Because we've had a debate previously in this Parliament about these joint patrols. And I made the point in that debate then that the real risk we have is that it's becoming normalized. And that is not what it should be. Soldiers are for one realm, police is for another realm. So that is it. And my concern here is that we may, in fact, be inadvertently entrenching that approach in our whole law enforcement structure, which I don't think is healthy in the long run. Now, let me get back to the point. I'm trying to support your bill. And I want to say that I think it is a marked improvement on earlier emergency-style legislation, which tended to rely almost exclusively on coercive powers. Now, I do hope that the Honorable Attorney General will consider amendments, and in that hope, I would respectfully propose a few. That we narrow and articulate the constitutional override with proportionality language. I think it would be stronger if the bill specified which rights are limited and to what extent, rather than relying on a general override. Modern rights limiting statutes increasingly favor structured limitation clauses, necessity, proportionality, least restrictive means, rather than blanket overrides. And to this extent, I want to agree with the Law Association's recommendation that the terms rampant criminality and the rule of law/public order limbs be defined by reference to objective indicators. My second recommendation is that we strengthen independent civilian oversight during the zone operations. While the bill applies objective criteria and includes safeguards applicable to all residents, the real risk lies not in the text, but in the implementation. Zones are likely to be declared in poorer, historically marginalized communities. And I don't want to say accident or design, but that may correlate with race or political motivation. Community representation on the Social Transformation Committee, I think, can go a long way towards mitigating against misuse. And the Law Association's recommendation that the MP be an ex officio member, I think that is a reasonable and worthy recommendation to be considered. My third recommendation is that we clarify criteria guiding zone selection to counter claims of arbitrariness. And my fourth recommendation is that we consider making parliamentary review more frequent, at least during early implementation. As I begin my wrap-up, I think this bill represents a serious, structured attempt to confront a crisis that ordinary law enforcement tools have failed to contain. It does so while reclaiming more safeguards than comparable regimes, even as it invokes exceptional constitutional powers. The central challenge is not whether this bill is lawful, it likely is, but whether it will be implemented with restraint, transparency, and fidelity to its own safeguards. And that is where legitimacy will ultimately be won or lost. Historically, Caribbean public order legislation has been reactive, emergency-driven, and weak on oversight. This bill is comparatively more rights-conscious, notwithstanding the Section 13 override. The Constitution permits extraordinary measures, but it does not absolve us of responsibility for the constitutional culture we create. The question is not only whether this approach is lawful today, but whether it is healthy for the society we wish to preserve tomorrow. Let me conclude by going back to where I started. And I want to say this gently. In a constitutional democracy, the state does not only protect the agreeable. The government does not only govern the compliant. And Parliament does not exist merely to applaud. Independent senators were not appointed to be predictable. We were not appointed to be loyal. And we were certainly not appointed to be silent. Our role is to ask the uncomfortable questions, particularly when laws expand executive power, limit movement, or recalibrate the balance between security and liberty. And if that makes our contributions vapid, then I plead guilty. But on the firm understanding that vapidity in this context appears to mean independence of thought. Mr. President, let me reassure this Senate and the public at large that this independent bench will continue to do the dangerous work of thinking carefully, speaking plainly, and voting deliberately, even when it is inconvenient, even when it is unfashionable, and even when it is described as shallow. I thank you.
Minister of Public Administration, Artificial
Mr. President, I thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon on what has been quite an interesting debate thus far. But before I do, I want to extend a happy and blessed New Year to yourself, your good self, and by extension your family, your friends, your loved ones, and of course to all my colleagues in the chamber. Now, Mr. President, we have ended 2025. We are in a new year. I would have thought, Mr. President, that this year would have provided the opportunity for copious reflection, Mr. President, by those opposite. I thought this year, Mr. President, as they say in the Chinese zodiac, the year of the, I think it's the fire horse. You know, fire renews. Fire gets rid of the old and births new beginnings. And I was hopeful, Mr. President, that members opposite would take the opportunity to do so. But as I listened to my good colleagues, in particular Senator Dhanpaul, I was met with the stark reality, Mr. President, that you can't teach an old dog new tricks, unfortunately. And so, Mr. President, I want to address, for the public record, for the Hansard, some of the comments made by senators opposite. And in particular, Mr. President, Senator Dhanpaul, in his contribution, it reminded me of a Shakespearean comedy. Well, my colleague has identified that it may be a tragedy. But the title of it is Much Ado About Nothing. And as I listened to the ramblings of the good senator, he made a number of what I thought were illogical correlations. He spoke first to the fact that the IMF went to Jamaica, and the IMF then subsequently might have funded the zones in Jamaica. He then went on a rant, Mr. President, about his prescribed possible conspiracy theory that the zoning is a phase one of the same measure, and that the IMF may somehow, using his logic, be a phase two for Trinidad and Tobago. Well, Mr. President, I don't know if that was logic, a bit of Inspector Gadget, a bit of Blue's Clues. I'm not sure what that was. by Senator Dhanpaul, but it was quite confusing. He then, Mr. President, went on to quote statistics. I thought maybe he would quote some recent statistics, but it seems he could only go back to 2011 data, where he quoted hotspots. Might I remind the goodly senator that we are in the year 2026 of our Lord, and so the data has changed quite significantly, and that he might want to do a bit more reflection. In fact, Mr. President, I would advise members opposite to reflect once, maybe twice, or as I think as they're saying in Tobago, 15 times. Reflection is important. So maybe the goodly senator will do such. Now, Mr. President, maybe he's feeling blue. No pun intended. But to the matter at hand, Mr. President, there are a number of his colleagues who also spoke to a number of issues related to the clauses in the bill. And for the record, we're speaking about specifically the law reform, zones of special operation, special security and community development measures bill 2026. And I also listened to the comments opposite, of course, of the independents. And I thought to myself, Mr. President, none of these things happen in a vacuum. No bill or amendment is brought to this good place in a vacuum. What is the precedent, therefore, Mr. President? What is the natural flow that has caused us to bring this very important bill to this good chamber? And, Mr. President, we all know the why this has occurred. And it hasn't happened overnight. In fact, Mr. President, it certainly didn't happen over the last 9 months. This has been systemic. This has been long coming. And, Mr. President, in order for us to change our current circumstances and realities, we must reflect on the history that has brought us here. So, this bill, 28 clauses, must be placed in that context. And what is that context? Because we must be realistic. We must be true to ourselves. The reality, Mr. President, is that this country, whether we like it or not, has been ravished by crime and criminality. Now, we can speak publicly in this private chamber. We can reflect on many things. But we cannot misrepresent the reality that our citizens face on a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly basis. Mr. President, we have a duty to look at the facts. And what are the facts, Mr. President? And I want to make it abundantly clear that this bill serves the people of Trinidad and Tobago first. But in an abundance of duty, Mr. President, let's have a look at the Newsday, Monday, 30th December, 2024. And, Mr. President, I want to quote a gentleman that once had a seat in this good chamber. And I want to paint the picture that this is not a UNC policy where we are vilifying persons. We are treating with what is. And I quote the then Minister of National Security. He mentioned that as of December 26, there had been 551 incidents, quote-unquote, murders, with 614 victims, 93 of which incidents involved multiple victims. This is them saying it, not us. He went on to say, in particular, Mr. President, during the period, there were 33 double homicides. Not one, not two, and even one or two is too much. 33 double homicides. 8, Mr. President, triple homicides. 4, Mr. President, quadruple homicides. And 1, Mr. President, quintuple homicide. This is from the man who was in, as the young people say, in the source. And he was there for quite a long time. And Senator Dhanpaul, in your reflection, reflect on what you could have done but failed to do. Mr. President, I want you to pay particular attention to this piece here. He noted that these murders were connected to types of weapons and ammunition used. A lot of it is related to gangs, having nothing to do with you or me. So he take himself out. Senator, I've given you a pass, but don't rile me because I will start you again, okay? In many cases, Mr. President, we are innocent bystanders, victims of it, he added. Mr. President, he said, there is no doubt in my mind, no doubt, that we are dealing with an epidemic. Those are not the UNC's words. Those are members opposite. Their colleague, the person that they entrusted with the duty and responsibility to take care of the same citizens that they're speaking about. And Mr. President, you and I are also included in that batch. This is why we are treating this as a public health concern. We consider this to be very necessary and a useful development. So, Mr. President, I don't want to belabor the point. But the details are the details, the facts are the facts, and the inertia is inertia. And whether colleagues opposite, be it Senator Brown, Senator Awari, whether they speak to how much legislation they had written, it matters not, because there was no implementation, there was no direct action. And I say, Mr. President, as Senator Brown exits the chamber, that it takes visionary leadership to make hard decisions, Mr. President, unpopular decisions, Mr. President, and the history of this country will prove someone right, or it will prove someone wrong. But I can tell you so far, Mr. President, said individual has been right and right and right, and she will help write the future of a safer, productive, more responsible Trinidad and Tobago. One, Mr. President, that we can be proud of. Now, Mr. President, that is the data. And I can go further, only to say that if we go to the number of serious crime reported to the police, excluding traffic accidents, etc., and we look at the period 1975 up till 2022, how long, I ask the independents, how long can we allow our country to descend into what, as they have said, become commonplace? My issue is not that we will fall into commonplace as it relates to normalizing the police working with the defense force, the police working with different arms of the apparatus. My issue is that we have become commonplace with criminality, Mr. President, with death, Mr. President, with innocent blood spilling on our nation roads. I am against the normalization of a culture that breeds criminality. And that is what this bill is about. A direct, strict action towards the curtailing of what has been decades in the coming. But today, we have an opportunity. And whenever we vote, we have an opportunity. And I am not going to speak anything about who is a puppet and who is not a puppet and all of that. The fruit of your labor will show us who you are. We cast no aspersions. We leave it to the good people, to the logical people, to people that we know are men and women of integrity, to make the right decision for themselves, for their family members, for their loved ones, and of course, do no harm. As Senator Murray says often, do no harm. This bill, I submit to you, is a bill of do no harm. So, Mr. President, I could go on and on about the data and the reason behind and the imminent threat that was upon this Republic of Trinidad and Tobago that the Attorney General spoke to. The gentleman sitting there who's no longer here, as well as the Senate lead for the government of this Republic, they went in detail to demonstrate to the public information that the public has never heard or seen before. I sat opposite there many times, Mr. President, and not once would any member of the then government disclose the kind of information that these members have demonstrated and presented to the public through this House. And I don't take that for granted. Mr. President, go through the Hansard and you make a determination of when a government has been more transparent and accountable to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. That is what they call, Mr. President, a rhetorical question. Because the answer, as the English professors would know, is obvious. And I say no more on that. So, Mr. President, Senator Dhanpaul, he got me riled up a little bit, and I had to address some of his concerns. So, reflection, my brother. 2026 is a new year. I commend you on what is your first contribution, so we won't hold it against you, but in future, you can do better. All right? Certainly not 2011 or 2021, we're in a new year, but I'll leave it as that. Mr. President, I want to get to the meat of the matter as it relates to this bill. And many colleagues here have put forward a perspective which is legal in nature. And I respect the legal profession and the importance of the legislative components that members opposite have treated with, even on my end here. But what struck me about this bill, Mr. President, if you didn't know, Mr. President, I have a background in sustainable development, economics, and international financial organizations. And as a result of that, I have a soft spot for items related to the vulnerable in society, the importance of human rights, and I know Senator Vieira would have alluded to some of that. Senator Drayton, he also alluded to some of that. And of course, Senator Murray. And in my reflection of the clauses of this bill, I said to myself, there's criminality, that is obvious. It has been unchecked for years, that is also obvious. This is an attempt to curb, to stymie, to prevent future challenges that this country has faced over many decades. But what about the vulnerable? What about the elderly? What about the children? And Mr. President, I said to myself, let us look at instances. You know, Senator Attzs talked about collateral damage, I believe, was the word she used. And I said to myself, we already live in an era of collateral damage. In fact, Mr. President, if we look to the Newsday, the 3rd of August, 2022, girl 10 among 8 wounded in Barataria. Collateral damage. Mr. President, Express, February 27, 2024. Wearing masks to hide their faces, some children from Lavantil yesterday stood where they had been, where Ezekiel had been killed. And Senator Bastide mentioned something in his contribution where he said, what about putting our feet in the shoes of those in those vulnerable places? He mentioned that. And by happenstance, I had already identified words coming out of what can be described as those types of communities. And you know what they said when young Ezekiel was killed? And they came in solidarity to a fallen child. You know what the residents said? Justice for Ezekiel. That was their chant. Ezekiel is more than a statistic. That was their chant. Stop killing our children. That was their chant. End gang violence. That was their chant. That wasn't in Westmoreland, as you said, Senator Bastide. It wasn't in Goodwood Park. It wasn't from those persons who may not be directly exposed. Those were from the mouths of the people living in those communities affected by crime. And we sit here and we assume that those persons don't want more security, that they don't want more protection. I have had friends who have grown up in said areas, and they are begging for our assistance. Now I take the position of senators across the floor. You want long-term. You want established. But as they say, one foot in front of the other gets the job done. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. This is a first step, Mr. President. Allow us that opportunity. Allow those persons who said end gang violence. Stop the killing of innocent children. Stop the murdering of the elderly. Stop the home invasions. And Independence, I empathize with you. The senator said, you know, there isn't empirical. You would want to see a more specific set of terms. You wanted to see more empirical data as to what defines rampant criminality. And I think in what I have shared here today, Mr. President, the definition is clear. We want to stop murder. We want to stop gang violence. We want to stop the innocent killing of children. We want to stop the murdering of bystanders. We want to stop the collateral damage. What more needs to be said? What more detail needs to be brought to this Senate? We've heard it from the persons who live in those areas. We've heard it from the academics. We've heard it from all over. We've even drawn an example from Jamaica. Senator Dhanpaul said, well, because it was used in Jamaica and nowhere else, it is not valid. Well, Senator, take a look at the statistics and the data as it relates to murder, to criminality in Jamaica, and do a comparison of all other countries, and you'd understand why Jamaica took that position. Look back in 2024, where there was 600 plus murders in this small island. That, my friend, is not a normal circumstance. Nowhere else in the world has challenges like those. So your comparison does not obtain, I'm sorry. We have to deal with what is before us. We have to understand our context. We have to understand that the culture, the gang culture and criminality is inculcated in our society. And if we do not take a stand now, when will we make the change, Mr. President? I submit to you that it will be too late when we make that change. So you have an opportunity. You have an opportunity. Tomorrow is not promised, but today, in this Senate, and in a few days, depending on how long we go, we have the now. And it is our responsibility in the service of the public that we do what is right. And we don't do necessarily what is right for the one or two, not for the few, but we govern for the many. And this bill, Mr. President, it does just that. So, Mr. President, when I look at the human rights component, and I know Senator Attzs would love this phrase, given that she's a fan of persons like, as she mentioned, Professor Ryan. I'm sure she's a fan of Amartya Sen. Well, what can I say? A good memory. A good memory. So reflecting on that, Amartya Sen, he's a gentleman that spoke about freedoms. And you know what is important in our society? That we give the opportunity for persons to be free. Because if you can't go about your day-to-day life, if every moment you have to be putting in 3-4 CCTV cameras, you're feeling unsafe, you can't go to the mall, you can't go here, you are in a zone already. You have been zoned. So what is it about zone here and zone there and zone everywhere?
That's the point right there.
Draw a circle around Trinidad, and for a time, Tobago was exempted. But draw a circle around Trinidad, my friends, colleagues. You have already been zoned. You've been zoning for over 10 plus years. So let us not pontificate. Let us not banter needlessly on what is a zone and where the zone is. And the mother who has to send her son to school would prefer that that gentleman returns to his home unscathed. She wants her son to live a long and prosperous life. And maybe this zoning, even for a time, can give an opportunity to a young man to achieve his dreams. Mr. President, this bill is not about semantics. It is about saving lives. So let us do our duty, Mr. President, because in time past, when emperors could wash their hands of blood and do nothing, for us to do nothing would to be participants in the same criminality that we didn't take a stand for
And we would bear the same guilt.
today.
And we would bear the same guilt.
And our good Father is telling us that we will bear the same guilt. I will not be left guilty, Mr. President. I will do my part. I will vote in favor of this legislation. And I know the goodly senators, I know the first row, Mr. President, they want to vote in favor. I know that. I know that. Senator Dhanpaul in particular, he would love to vote for this.
He not zone by himself.
I know, Mr. President, with all the legislation that Senator Al-Wari has drafted in his time, he would also love to vote for this.
He drafted it.
I know Senator Brown, in his time as Foreign Affairs Minister, he would have loved to say, crime is not an issue in Trinidad and Tobago, and stand proud. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that.
Stand proud?
Either one. But I want to give the senators opposite an opportunity. Stand on the right side. Stand on the right side.
Do something.
Take off your political hat and do the right thing. So, Mr. President, I must say, this is a bill that is indeed an important one. It is controversial, but it is incredibly important. Mr. President, might I ask you how much time I have left? Ah, good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. I am guided. I am guided. I will try my best. I will try my endeavor best. 8 minutes? 8, right? Okay. 8. 8 is enough time, Mr. President. 8 is enough. 8 is more than enough. Mr. President, but in particular, as it relates to the human rights issue, we don't have enough time to go through everything, but Clause 26, and in particular, Clause 18, subsection 3.6. And, you know, in 18 in particular, I had to highlight that the arrest or detention component, you know, it's not a zero-sum game as it relates to the power which is given under this bill. Because you see, the magistrate is also involved. And if you look at 18 of that subsection, it says where a person is arrested or detained in a zone, that person at the time of his arrest or detention, or as soon as is reasonably practicable, be told in language which he understands of the reason for his arrest and detention, unless the circumstances are such that the person should know. And B, immediately or as soon as is reasonably practicable, be taken before a magistrate who shall determine, the magistrate, who shall determine whether or not there is reasonable grounds for arrest or detention. So I say that to say, I have seen sufficient, now I'm not a lawyer, Mr. President, but in my view, as a layman, this is a stop gap. These are what you call guardrails within the law. And so there is a stage and a process which the Attorney General would have outlined where at any point in time a change in direction can happen. So I just want to say that from the human rights perspective. In 5, it says where the magistrate is not satisfied that the arrest or detention of the person is reasonably required in the interest of justice, he shall order that person to be released immediately, Mr. President. So I wanted to highlight that for the record, that this is not an approach that is bereft of process and protocol. Now, persons have glossed over the fact that there is, in fact, Mr. President, a social transformation committee. I think this is a very important component of the bill. And some members have highlighted this particular clause. And members opposite, some of them, have said, well, we don't like the composition of the committee. Or maybe the committee requires various experts, which are not defined here. But in many circumstances, Mr. President, I dare say that there may be even an absence of a committee. But this bill clearly defines committee work. And in fact, this committee also prescribes that there be a report be provided in terms of the constitution of the committee. And there are quite a number of pieces here and components here, where they also include mental health care professionals, where they've also included persons with disabilities, a representative of the National Center for Persons with Disabilities. So, Mr. President, I say that to say this, that the committee is robust. Is it perfect? Well, time will tell. But it's there. And it's there for that purpose, to protect the rights of individuals. So there's due process. There is a process. There are stopgaps. There are guardrails. We understand the basis and the outcome of the government, the intended outcome of this bill. And we know that there's a time period, there's a level of urgency, Mr. President. Because yes, we've benefited from a 45% decrease in murder over the last few months. We've benefited from that. But this, Mr. President, is an approach designed not to normalize emergency powers, Mr. President, but it's a legislation designed to end the need for it. And I think that is worth mentioning, because certainly we can't cover every aspect under the sun. There will always be opinions. There will always be a need to say, well, it lacks this and it lacks that. But for the most part, I think Senator Vieira, he concluded as well that there are components here that he's happy to support, and there are pieces that he may or may not be comfortable with. Similar, Senator de la Bastide, he said many of his friends and colleagues want him to support this bill. And I agree with him. Many of my colleagues want to support this bill. And Senator de la Bastide, let me help out with brethren and them as well. Huh? Let's support the bill. Let us move forward with it. It may not be perfect, but certainly it is something to start with, and we will adjust. And whether, Senator Dhanpaul, whether it is in the budget or not in the budget, my friend, this is called flexible governance. Okay? Life happens, and therefore you must make adaptations based on the current circumstance, not 2011. Okay? So we have a measure of variability. We have a measure of flexibility. And the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago gave us that right on April 28th. And that is our duty, and we'll perform our duty, and we will make no apology, Mr. President, for putting the people of Trinidad and Tobago first. We make no apology. No apology. And who vex? They lost, Mr. President. And that is not a stance of arrogance, Mr. President, because again, I have sat in this chamber and I have seen arrogance, Mr. President. I have seen ego and arrogance in this chamber. And I can tell you, Mr. President, this is a government committed to the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Mr. President, time is moving on. I don't want to hold hostage, maybe that's a poor use of words, to the goodly senators here. But I want to make an appeal. I want to make an appeal to my independents. This is not a UNC or PNM issue. We have an immediate circumstance that is upon us, all of us. Whether it be short-term, long-term, medium-term, we have a decision to make. This helps our people save lives. And it starts now with your help. So help us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Alicia Lalite-Ettienne, it's your turn.
Honorable President, could you please assist me 10 minutes before time? Thank you so much. And I beg to go through you before I start my presentation. I would like to put on the business hat and the lecturing hat for just a couple minutes. I have been hearing from the government side about a visionary leader, visionary leadership, and that's commendable. But do we really know the definition of a visionary leader? By Daniel Coleman, a visionary leader is someone who innovates, collaborates, and clear communication. And the opposite of a visionary leader is a totalitarian leader who dominates decisions and who expects comprehensive obedience and obligation to whatever the leader wants. And the reason why I said that is because I have been hearing nearly every sitting about the term visionary leadership, visionary leader. A visionary leader is open-minded to collaboration. A visionary leader will take time to listen to other contributions and have an open mind. And the reason why I want to start my contribution with this, begin my contribution with this definition, is because I'm hearing, I just heard by the senator just presented, Honorable Senator, a little while ago. And I would kindly ask, you all have been asking on the other side, on this other side. I'm kindly asking that everybody have an open mind. Nobody is here to, well, on the independent bench, to knock down the legislation. I keep commending the government. The government is trying very hard, and I commend you all. It's a serious situation at hand, and no one is left unscathed. No one. You could live in a gated community. You could be the Prime Minister. You could be a lawyer. You could be the President of the Senate in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. And no one is left without being touched by crime. Or this bill that we are debating here, which is the Zones of Special Operations and Special Communication and Development Measures for 2026 Act. It's going to affect every single citizen that resides in Trinidad and Tobago. So hence the reason why I'm asking for an open mind. we need to put away the party politics, everything, because it's about our citizenry. It's about our lives, our future. And one way or the other, it's going to affect us. It's not to say that a zone is set up over there and I am over here and it's not going to affect me. One way or the other, it's going to affect us. And it has a lot of seriousness involved. And hence the reason for critiquing the bill and various contributions to highlight certain areas. And I have been hearing from the dear senator that just spoke and dear Senator Allahar for flexibility. I am hoping and praying, I'm not saying hoping alone, I'm praying that when this bill reach the committee stage, that you all will keep that in mind as well and come forward with a flexible attitude towards the committee stage, approaching all amendments that are being opposed to recommended at the committee stage. Please, if you all will, at least have an open mind. Because I'm sensing through the debate, some people, their minds are already closed. And we should have an open mind and listen to everyone's contribution. And, you know, because my weakness is someone else's strength in here. I might be an expert in certain fields, you might be an expert in, and that's what we come together today in the Senate. Where there is unity, there is strength. So hence the reason I hope that at the committee stage that we will have the flexibility that you all are asking for from you all as well, and also to at least approach it with an open mind. Now, I like to start with this quote from Alan Autry, an American actor, politician, and footballer. What is devastating to our society is uncontrollable crime. And that is what we are faced with in Trinidad and Tobago. And the government is trying different strategies, and they have reached a point where we have this bill that we are debating. And I am not here to knock down the bill. I am here to seek some clarifications. I have some concerns, and I'm going to bring it forward because it affects me and also a minority group that is a part of this society. You may say, how come it affects and we put in the National Center for Persons with Disabilities in the list of people that will be considered? And I will get to that later on. Now, I liked how Senator Marie, she did some, background in her presentation regarding Jamaica, because this is a replica of the zone's operation in Jamaica. So she gave a little background. She went into depth on stats and et cetera, et cetera. And I would like to, from that backdrop, I would like to also say, all right, what has or had, because they're coming out of it, Jamaica in this situation? Through research, in 1962, you know what caused it? Conflict, political conflict, and it evolved over time. And also, from the Caribbean Policy Institute, 2024, they have identified that right now, that there are over 600,000, that is 20% of the population of Jamaica, that occupies 350,000 illegal parcels of land. This qualifies to 40% of the population in Jamaica. And the reason why I give that percentage is because the organized crime leaders in Jamaica have found themselves in the network of these semi and informal communities. And they have set up themselves, strengthened themselves, and locked down, and actually, and through, they even provide services for the community, but you're locked down, and you have to go by their rules. So it's a fight between state and government for total control of these semi and informal communities. And just think about it, there's over 350,000 parcels of informal occupying of lands. That is one of the main contributors to the situation that Jamaica has found themselves in over the past years and political conflict. Now, I understand that our government is looking for strategies, and they're looking for success stories in other countries and what to make it most appropriate, a Caribbean country as well. And what is the common denominator is the spiral and uncontrolled crime within the society. So that is one common denominator between Jamaica and Trinidad over the years. I have identified that there are also, I began to identify that there are also some differences. There are similarities and there are differences. Where we have to consider, because we want to implement the zones operations, but there are things to consider. I have identified, and I don't think that the illegal gangs in Trinidad and Tobago is occupying over 40% of informal and illegal lands in Trinidad and Tobago. I don't think it's that severe. And also, you have cultural differences. So you have to take that into consideration. If even if you're using their operations as a replica to guide you into implementing a zones operation here, I could understand that, but these are important issues that you have to take into consideration. So there are differences. So these differences, you have cultural differences, the way how things operate, legal aspects. So you have to consider the differences as well. So with this bill that is before us, there are some concerns that I have, and I would itemize them. One of the concerns, all right, is, and I like to bring explanations and examples as well, not just for the Senate, but for the common man that is viewing, that he will be able to understand and feel the impact that we are here making very important decisions that would affect the lives of our communities. So it has to be, we have to be very careful, and we cannot look upon Senator Allahar, we have the 31st, we have the 31st. Yes, we have the 31st, and you don't want a gap in between, and you don't want a vacuum, but this is a very, very serious matter before us. And we have to take it in stride, and we have to go through it with a fine-tooth comb. And, you know, recommendations, you would have constructive recommendations that, you know, the government could take with an open mind. Nothing is perfect. No leader could make all decisions and they are winning decisions. Sometimes a winning decision comes from the lowest rank in the organization. And I have I've looked at, you could search somebody, their vehicle, their home, without a warrant. I don't live in a gated community. I don't live, as we consider it, in an upscale community or a middle-level community. And as Senator de Lavassie said, he may not be able to identify with it. I can tell everybody in the Senate today, the government could implement a zones in my area at any time. I'm living in an average citizen community. Very basic, very average. And at any time, they could lock it down as a zones. You have they say that, all right, freedom, they're protecting our human rights. We appreciate it. And freedom of movement. But do we really have freedom of movement on our rights? In a zone, no matter, yes, you're saying you're protecting, all right, and you're weeding out, let's say we're weeding out the tears, but just remember, sometime you may go and look to root up the tears. And that harvest, you pull out weeds as well. You pull out the wheat as well. So you have to be very, very careful because you don't want innocent people or innocent lives get up in the crossfire. And sometimes the rogue elements, they go on scotch-free because the rogue elements, they realize that some good day, their actions will catch up with them. Some good day, their actions whereby it would either be the authorities or members of an opposite fraction. So they know they live in a high-risk life, so they don't really care. But the citizens in these communities that will be locked down as zones, and you have curfews, you have to think about individuals. For example, my husband go out to drop a client, one of his clients. I am home. It's night. And you would not be notified immediately a zone, or my area becomes a zone. He cannot get in. He cannot reach me. All right? And it could happen to any person. It could happen to any disabled person, someone with a disability. And what happens? Would he be able to get some sort of pass or escort to come to me? I am locked down and I have to come to Parliament. What will happen? All of these things have to be taken into consideration because there is no freedom of you don't have freedom of movement. Because at any time, in your mind, at any time, you could be locked down. At any time, you could be out and locked down and you locked out of your zone, out of your area. Where would you stay overnight? Some people may not have people that they can go. They may not have the funds to, go and stay in a hotel or something like that. So that's one concern that, I'd like the government to take into consideration. And with no warrant, let's talk about no warrant. And they invade your home. And this has happened many times. The government can't tell me, or the police service or the army can't tell me that this never happened. Misinformation, and they parang the wrong house. They come and they parang the wrong house, they kick down the door, they turn my furniture upside down, they mash up things in my home, with no warrant. And then they realize, oops, the wrong house. How am I going to be compensated? I am a citizen, an innocent citizen, misinformation, and they parang the wrong house. Then what? What would happen to the person? That citizen who would be devastated, paying the consequence for what? Something that they have never done? Their privacy has been invaded, because sometimes I would let you all know, okay, and I will give an example here. It still pains me today, after a couple months. It's so sad to talk about it, but I will, to show you all the seriousness. Everybody could sit down and everybody could talk here. Everybody wearing shoes in this Senate. Everybody, there could be the price, the size of the shoes. Let's be realistic. No one is walking in Senator Ettienne's shoe or in any other person with severe disabilities. You could sympathize, you could try and comprehend, you could read a book, you could be a psychologist, you could have interaction, you could be working with persons with disabilities. But once you're not walking in the shoes, you don't feel it. So, I will give you my experience. And Senator Allahar was talking about, when Senator Attzs talk about training. He said, this, we need to get it passed, and, long term, and with training, and, training, will happen, things like that. And I will show you all how important it is, these pointers that were made with training and different, aspects of preparing people, especially the law enforcement team that will be operating and, surveilling these zones. Myself and my husband was, proceeding onto the bush route into the vicinity of Mount Lambert. My husband didn't tell me anything. I just saw him stop on the bush route. When he stopped on the bush route, all I heard is 2 police officers came to the vehicle. He dropped his glass. He lowered his glass. Where you get that Parliament pass from? Hand it to me, let me see it. So they started to interrogate him. And he said, well, my wife is a senator, and so and so and so. And they started asking questions, and you shouldn't be this, and that. They asked, I wouldn't go into the big detail of it, because it's going to take away my time from my other points. Thank God I had this. I don't usually walk around with it. Other than the bush route pass and the disability pass, I had this. I took it out and I handed it to the senior officer. She watched it. And then she turned and told me, he said, my wife is the first blind independent senator in this country. And the response was, no senator is above the law. Now, in the first place, how have I gotten that pass? I was issued it because I am proud to represent my people. And it's with the type of arrogance and disrespect that I have faced. All I could have said is that I will speak to Parliament on this issue. Why are you going to Parliament? It's like, wow. Yeah. What? That's what I'm telling you. And I'll write right back. And after that, it was hurtful. Who is the owner of this car? Myself and my wife. Let me see the certified copy. Yes, wow. Yes, wow. And after that, I we handed to them, and then they started and they rant and rave for over 15 minutes. I am the senior, and you should, and this and that and the other. And then, you know, police officers, when they stop you, when they're leaving, I cannot see, they will say, proceed with caution, or you know, something like that. I didn't even know when they left. I just feel my husband up the glass, and I said, what happened? And he told me, he said, it was driving behind us. They pull alongside us, and they pull in front of us, like if, you know, my husband is a fugitive, my husband is some person that they're trying to run over, and you're seeing the parliament pass on the dashboard. Well, I did report it to the Senate, and I would like to compliment them because they have taken up the issue. Right now, the issue is in hand in the ministry. Well, I'm showing you, and I'm linking it right back, Senator Allahar, how important training is and sensitization. If those police officers were sensitized, they would have not been so critical and so condescending to someone who is proud to serve this country with every bit of breath in my body. I never thought I would have been able to serve my people like this. And I am proud, so I'm trying to say, that's one example, the importance of training. And this could take place, and not just with a disabled person. It could be anyone when they infiltrate without a warrant. Reason for this is because some people don't know how to execute power. Some people feel when they have power, unlimited power in their hand, they could execute it, speak to you anyway, and implement it how they feel. But power is not like that. You have to know how, when you have power in your hand, and there are police officers out there and law enforcement officers out there, when they are given absolute power in their hands, they abuse it. They don't utilize it in a way. And just remember that they have to remember that, hey, these are citizens as well, and you wouldn't like someone else to, you know, accost your family in such a mean way. So, hence the reason why I have a concern with that. No warrant. And also, my next concern is, I have seen where once a zone is declared, there are 5 working days before a committee is formed. My question is, what will happen? The zone is declared in that 5 days, where the armed forces are given absolute power, and there is no committee to sensitize, no committee to monitor, anything like that. That 5 days loophole many things could happen to citizens. So I was wondering about that 5 days, because if you have to form a committee, I understand, but maybe that's just a suggestion. You know, you wanna, the security officials, the minister security will know, well, hey, they will know things that the common citizens would know, that we are going to lock down this zone. So maybe you could start putting things in place so that it will not be an entire 5 days before a committee is established. Because when you have that committee, you have to have training. As you say, you want to do the human rights aspect of it, you want to develop the community, etc., etc., etc. But that 5 days, with that 5 days loophole, what would happen within that 5 days? And I have been wondering about it, that 5 days loophole. The next point I would like to raise is that, let's say, for example, someone is detained, taken down. It is written down that their names will be, their information will be placed in the station's diary. Let's say it was mistaken identity and after the person is released. If that name is there all the time, that person would always be a target. It could be 2 weeks after, because you would have continual reviewing of the diary, the names in the diary, X, Y, and Z. That name will be in the station diary, and the person never did nothing because there was just a clean sweep. They pick up a whole set of young fellas, they carry them down, and this person just get it in the clutter. All right, maybe he was walking on the streets or whatever, and everybody got this down into the station, his name in the diary, and every time he's getting shakedown. So what would happen? It could even happen to my husband as well. My husband could be in the community. Yes.
10 more minutes before your 40
Thank you. Thanks so
minutes.
much.
Thank you.
So thanks very much. So what would happen in that instance? I would like to also now reflect on Clause 25. That's the compilation of the committee from different areas, ministries, etc., etc. Dr. Murray has given light onto that. And you have, I would applaud the government. They have thought about us, Center for Persons with Disabilities. I would like to recommend that you expand it, because the government is paying millions of dollars in subventions to qualified NGOs as well. And when you only zone in on one organization, you are actually cheating yourself out of a lot of expertise in the other NGOs that you are pumping millions of dollars into. And the next suggestion recommendation I would like to make is that someone with a disability be chosen. The reason to be on that committee, the reason why I ask and I request it, is because someone from the Center for Persons with Disabilities might be chosen, and that person might be a non-disabled person. That person can't walk in my shoe. Never could they walk in my shoe, so how much sensitization could they do? I am a living experience of my life every day. All right, they don't bump the toe and have to feel the pain. They only could sympathize. And for them, it's a concept. For us, it's a way of life. So it must be somebody who live in that experience. Because I'll give you a quick scenario. What if you have a low vision person who is deaf? A curfew is imposed, and that person gas has finished at home. He put the gas tank on his shoulder and he gone down the road and police behind him trying to stop him. You know what could happen? And that is why I'm standing here and I'm pleading and asking for consideration to these suggestions. Prevention is better than cure, because it would hurt me. I would have to live with it for my life, that I support the bill and government disregard these important amendments. And when a zone is set up, one of my people die, and it's because they was deaf, and it's because of lack of sensitization on the officer part, and they're going down. How would I live with that? I was the one sitting here, I was the one standing here, and I say, yes, I support it. I am talking, I'm putting it on the Hansard right now, that it's important that you all consider that. It's very important that you all consider that. That is somebody with a disability to serve on that committee based on sensitization, orientation, accessibility, adaptive technology, all these things. And also, you are spending millions of dollars in subventions. Expand the pool, because if you have 3-4 zones, how much people from Center for Persons with Disabilities could cover that? 5 zones at one time, 1 NGO. You have qualified individuals. If I am a person, and I hold many hats, I'm an adaptive technology consultant as well. You have other people out there. All right? It's a serious matter, and we need to sensitize. If you're having a zone, it's a very serious matter. It's people's lives they're playing with, their human rights and their freedom. I'm kindly asking the government if they could consider, when I bring the amendments, the proposed amendments, if the Attorney General, we talk about flexibility, we talk about, hey, we want your support. I'm telling you, and I'm not expressing this for me alone. This came to me in emails, text message, and phone calls. Hey, something needs to be done because people need to be properly sensitized. And that's why I give my experience to show you all how important sensitization and training is. So with these few words, I'm not bashing the government's bill. I'm just showing where there is need for certain interventions and for you all to have an open mind to it. I would like to thank you for your listening ear. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Courtney McNish.
Mr. President, this is my first contribution in the new year. It's appropriate that I extend the best wishes to you and all my senatorial colleagues. But folks, I'm fed up and tired. My first sitting and I'm fed up and tired. Absolutely fed up that successive administrations, you and you, over many, many years, have not been able to come up with sustainable proposals to attack, subdue, and defeat the scourge of violent crime in our country. What I said, Sturge. I said Sturge, sorry. And he's not here. No, I'm fed up. I'm fed up. I remember projects like Anaconda. Those of us who are of that vintage. Yes, Chinley. Yeah. Vanguard. I've seen, 2017, 2015, legislative proposals like the anti-gang legislation. Senator Harari, I looked. I couldn't find one single conviction in the 8 or 9 years that that piece of legislation is in our books, under that piece of legislation. Not one. Failed. It did nothing. Did nothing to reduce it. And during the years of its existence, the measurable statistic I used for violent crime is murder kept on increasing. Mr. President, I kept looking for these crime plans and strategies, and I'm looking to see what was done, what the police services said. So I went to the Joint Select Committee on National Security, for which I happen to be a member now. You know, and interestingly, the 2023 report is interesting. Almost all of the crime reduction strategies reported by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, all the targets were not achieved. That is the National Security Joint Select Committee's report of 2023. The target of 20% reduction in murders, it went bellied up. It increased by 10% instead. Targets for violent crime, detection rates, firearm seizures, motor vehicle larcenies, all bust. No targets achieved. And these were the outcomes reported by the police themselves to the committee. They all failed. Go to 2024. Oh, fantastic here. We had a great commissioner of police. What is her name? Christopher. She offered us this strategy of prayers and thoughts. That too failed. The reports on firearms and gun violence, failures. However, the police were able to advise the committee that they were relying more on forensic and technological methods. However, they won't be able to provide any statistical evidence for improved detection rates. And noteworthy was that the 2 mobile scanners used for anti-gun operations were not operational. Failure. Taken together, looking at all this failure together, there's absolutely no doubt that the most critical component of violent crime murders is no surprising that those levels kept rising. So I went to some other statistics. Let us take a look at what I noticed. Mr. President, in 2014, there were 403 murders. 2015, 420. 2016, 462. 2017, 495. 2018, 517. 2019, 536. And 2020, 393. What happened in 2020? What were the 3 factors of 2020 that could have impacted this? My former friend and my friend, Commissioner of Police, would say it was great leadership of the police service. He was the Commissioner of Police at the time. Some say no, it was COVID and the impact of that. And then some also say, well, you have to overlay that with the fact that the government had put in a state of emergency. So it's not Griffith's great policing leadership. It is not the effects of COVID itself, some argue. And it was supported by what the temporary senator said last night, the effects of the state of emergency. So I go further. I'm looking at the stats. I am data-driven, gentlemen and ladies, not emotional, but I can be shallow sometimes. Never, ever, Senator Alexander.
Forward ever, backward never.
But look what happened in 2021, Mr. President. As the foot come off the brakes and the state of emergency release, 448. Senator Roberts, you missed by 8. 448. And look what happened in 2022. 599. The trend continues. Slight reduction in 2023, 577. And the masterful year of 2024 with our most talented Commissioner of Police ever in my lifetime. 625. And then in 2025, miraculously, it felt like a big storm. I looked at 2025 and I said something happened in this year to cause this. These matters, they don't drop for no reason or just so. For 9 months, Mr. President, in 2025, this country lived under a state of emergency. January, February, March, and much of April 2025 by the PNM, and then July to December 2025 under the UNC. A state of emergency suspends the rights of all citizens, all. If you're detained, you can't go nowhere, you can't go to court, you have no rights. Police will come in your house, search, detain you for no reason, your rights are dead. So is it that draconian declaration of a state of emergency that we must continue to live under for us to achieve low or manageable levels of violent crime? Because nothing else has worked, gentlemen, ladies. Nothing else has worked. It's 20-something years we're doing this. From Akanda to, where is it? Baghdad. Nothing has worked. We can't even get a conviction under the anti-gang legislation. Senator Harari, let me advise you, gang members don't walk with membership cards in their breast pockets. Gang leaders do not maintain membership logs in their home who are their members. And it's impossible to get a witness to come and say, Philip Alexander is a member of the 7 gang. So it doesn't surprise me, Mr. President, that nobody could get convicted under this legislation, except Alexander. I am very serious, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very, very serious. So the only strategy that has worked in this country to treat with violent crime is state of emergency. That is unacceptable. So I now have a bill before me. Mr. President, I'm a data-driven old man. And this bill contains significant similarities to some conditions that exist under a state of emergency. It gives certain powers to the law enforcement agencies. I'm not a big speaker, so I'm not going to go into all this great big detail. It gives certain powers to law enforcement agencies. Search, detain, arrest, etc. Limited to particular geographic areas. But on the other hand, maintains the rights of citizens. So the phenomenon that has worked by the data to reduce violent crime, it's difficult to continue with that as an ongoing strategy, because that's a constitutional measure. And we have a bill that says we will take some of those conditions of a phenomenon that work and combine it with some factors limited to a specific geographic area while maintaining the rights of citizens. I say that is worth considering. I say, not perfect, it's worth considering. I am not being charged, and I am not being charged at all. So, let us look at this a little bit. Mr. President, the bill vests the power to declare and revoke a zone of special operations in the Prime Minister and Council. Now, I had a little problem with that. Senator Allahar, I picked up the phone and I called Senator Allahar. What is this President, Prime Minister and Council? He explained to me, because it is in the definition. The Prime Minister, therefore, is the office. I don't care about the person now. Is the office holder sitting in a special capacity as head of a national security committee authorized to make such a declaration. But is it that not same office holder, by the constitutional provisions on the state of emergency, can advise the president to declare a state of emergency? Is that not the same office holder? So what's the difference? Has that been abused? I don't know. I don't care about the individual here, because today is Mr. Sutton. It was Manning's before, it was Rowley before. Prime Ministers go and come. It's not office holder. It is the same office holder under the Constitution that can advise the president. As far as I'm concerned, the president can say no. And the president has to declare this, to proclaim the state of emergency. It's the same office holder doing it under this act, acting in the capacity as chair of the National Security Council. Now, I like the Jamaica model about having an opposition member sit on the National Security Council, but that alone is not sufficient to say the bill has some inherent defect. So I got past that. At the same time, Mr. President, the bill contemplates operating, notwithstanding inconsistencies with the fundamental rights protected under Section 415 of the Constitution. It places a heightened responsibility, therefore it places a heightened responsibility on the Senate to ensure that such powers are accompanied by clear safeguards, accountability, and oversight. I have looked at the bill. The rights of the citizen is essentially maintained. He has the right, he must be told what he's charged with or detained with. He has to go before a magistrate. He has access to the writ of habeas corpus. Don't see how it is infringed. Maybe I'm reading something somebody else not seeing. Because if I walk down the road and I'm a police officer and I lock up Senator Murray, she has rights. She has rights. She needs to know why she's arrested. She has the right to know what the charges are against her. She has the right to go before a magistrate to answer those charges. The same rights are preserved. Am I missing something? No, you guys answered me asking Senator Harari, am I missing something here? No, I'm not to worry about the constitutionality aspect that you raised last night, because if the act happens to be unconstitutional, somebody will challenge it, and then the government have to deal with that. I am concerned about whether the content of the bill is likely to achieve its intent and its objective. That's what I'm concerned with. Mr. President, there's one distinction in the bill that I cannot oversee. It goes hard to the heart of the constitutional government under state of emergency. This Parliament knows that the court can be placed at a distance under state of emergency. Preventative detention may be authorized by the executive, bail may be denied under a state of emergency, and most significantly, I said, the writ of habeas corpus that safeguard against unlawful imprisonment is denied when the constitutional rights are suspended under a state of emergency. Mr. President, I recall the Minister of Homeland Security some time ago coming to respond to supplementary question number 12 in the Senate. He advised that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is presently engaged in a comprehensive reconciliation exercise to cross-reference station-level arrest and detention logs with records maintained by the judiciary covering the period 2020 to 2025. That's what he advised. He indicated that at this stage, he couldn't give a definite completion date for that exercise, although there were dedicated personnel assigned to it. He fully promised that once this information is available, Parliament will have access to it. This response, Mr. President, is relevant to our consideration of how a zone of special operation is to be determined, or should be determined, or could be determined under this bill. The legislation requires that a zone be declared on the basis of reasonable grounds of belief that rampant criminality or a serious threat to the public order exists within a defined geographic area, of course. However, the minister's response, Mr. President, confirms as a matter of record that Parliament does not yet have access to fully reconcile national data set on arrest, detentions, and outcomes over recent years. Parliament doesn't have that. I don't know whether the National Security Council does. If we are to be data-driven and information-driven, allowing us to make decisions, there must be some concerns with the accuracy and completeness of our records. This reality raises an important practical question. How is the state to demonstrate in a clear, transparent manner the factual basis on which such reasonable grounds are formed? Doesn't matter who forms it, who declares it. How you arrive in and say, well, these are the reasonable grounds. Is it that the police will just come and report? Is what information the National Security Council will rely on to arrive at that reasonable grounds? Maybe that response could come when it doesn't say. And I am convinced when the minister came here, I was a loss. I was aghast. Who has this information? How and where is it reconciled? But I will continue. In my respectful view, Mr. President, I do not think that argues seriously against the bill itself, but it does underscore the importance of embedding clear structured reporting review mechanisms from the very inception of the declaration of any zone. The legitimacy of a zone of special operations will depend not only on its outcomes, but on the clarity and transparency of the information used to justify the creation itself. Mr. President, the value that the review is not theoretical. Jamaica's experience demonstrates that why it matters relates directly to whether the whole declaration itself would render it a success or a failure. Their zones of special operation legislation was subject to review after implementation. And that process led directly to substantive amendments in 2023. Significant amendments. They didn't abandon it. There was no sunset clause. They had a review clause to review it, and they led to significant amendment. And I have seen some of the amendments in their 2023 amendments here. I've seen it here. Somebody said it was cut and paste. I know Senator Murray laughs. No, I'm serious. I saw the 2023 amendments, and what I was happy about, I've heard some people call for sunset clause. I hate sunset clauses. I prefer reviews. Let us sit down, review, look at the numbers, look at the failures of the recesses, where we can improve it. Because as crime statistics shows, as you move your foot off the gas, you move your foot off the pedal, it comes right back. It comes right back, and that's the nature of crime. Clause 28 of the bill mandates a parliamentary review from time to time. I do not understand the concept from time to time. Are we reviewing it once a year, once every 2 years? Who determines when the review? Is it the leader of the business, the Speaker of the House? But from time to time, I suppose that could be determined with the first review no later than 3 years. So it takes 3 years before there's a first review. Yes. No later than 3 years. No later than 3 years. Thank you, sir. So it means that we could review for the first year, second year, third year. It could be reviewed annually. Even probably after every 6 months. But no, that would be probably impractical. And I think reviews are what is needed to ensure that it remains a system of relevance and it is achieving its ends. Let us take a look at the Jamaica experience a little bit. Mr. President, Jamaica's zones legislation provides the closest comparative example to the bill before us. After several years of operational use, the last set of amendments, as I said before, occurred in 2023. And I said the bill was not thrown out, the system wasn't abandoned, it was refined. We are having a bill that is recommended in 180 days. That came directly from Jamaica's amendment. Jamaica started, they were 60 days. They have now gone to 180 days. Oh, I will hustle up. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Jamaica also introduced a statutory mechanism allowing individuals to apply for the return of seized property. That is captured in our bill. But what is instructive, Mr. President, is that between 2024 and 2025, without the use of the mechanism of a state of emergency, Jamaica's murder rate fell by 42.5%, while they continue to operate 7 special zones. Their shooting rate dropped by 32%. They did not implement the state of emergency in 2025. The Prime Minister of Jamaica is on record touting the success of this piece of legislation, although he is unable to produce conclusive evidence that these improvements were due solely to the operations of these zones of special operations. Mr. President, I only have a few minutes more, and I want to state without any fear of contradiction that to take action against the serious issue of violent crime is a must. We have no choice. The question is whether in so doing we act with discipline, clarity, and foresight required. When Parliament, or if Parliament authorizes these exceptional powers that touch the daily lives, that touch on the fundamental rights of our citizens, we do so with the knowledge that this is intended to be temporary and to aid that community to eventually get back to a position where normal policing strategies and policies could one day reapply. I am troubled by the fact, in Jamaica at least, there are zones of special operations been operating for more than 5 years. That's a troubling statistic for me. I think that, in many respects, suggests that Jamaica has reached a point where the continued operation zone has become normalized. And it is something I believe a lesson that we can learn from, and we need to be mindful. Mr. President, we must stay faithful and true to the standards and the provisions envisaged and contemplated in this bill. They can be improved. They can be improved upon review. But I have no doubt, and I accept, that if we have to continue to reap the gains from 2025, we cannot just continue extending the state of emergency. We need to implement a system that must become part of our legislative framework. And therefore, Mr. President, I have no fundamental objections to the bill that has been suggested. And I believe that if passed, in time, it can only be improved. I thank you very
much. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, pursuant to an agreement reached among all of the benches, I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to Friday, January 23rd, 2026 at 1:30 p.m., when we will resume debate on the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures bill 2026.
Honorable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Friday, January 23rd, 2026 at 1:30 p.m. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to Friday, January 23rd, 2026 at 1:30 p.m.